A pleasant morning to all. We shall begin the program with an invocation by Dr. Visvavidyalayam. Dr. Visvavidyalayam.
मुदाकरात्तमोदकं सदा विमुक्तिसाधकं कलाधरावतं सकं विलासिलोकरक्षकं मुदाकरात्तमोदकं सदा विमुक्तिसाधकं कलाधरावतं सकं विलासिलोकरक्षकम् अनायकैकनायकं विनाशिते भदैत्यकम् नतासुभासुनाशकं नमामि तं विनायकम् नमामि तं विनायकम् नमामि तं विनायकम्.
Thank you, Dr. Visvavidyalayam.
Okay,
on behalf of the Department of Education and our University Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, it is a privilege for me to welcome one and all present for this important and useful webinar on NEP 2020, challenges ahead of its implementation. The policy envisages creation, transmission, use and dissemination of knowledge as a part of the continuum. The NEP is ambitious and futuristic, but much of its success will depend on how it is executed. The objectives of this program are two main objectives. That is, to enlighten on the NEP and to tackle the challenges on the expectation of the NEP. So for this program, we had invited stalwarts in the field of academics and research. I hope the participants and all the invitees will be side of program. On behalf of this program, it's a privilege for me, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Jamuna Dugurudaru, who was the professor of psychology from SV University, and we are blessed to have her as our university. She was a recipient of different awards, many awards, and Madam was trained in social gerontology at the International Institute on Aging, Malta, as UNFPA Fellow 1992. Madam has around 40 years of research and 30 years of teaching experience at SV University, Tirupati. Madam had directed 21 national and international research projects and had edited more than 15 books and had published more than 100 articles in national and international journals. Madam had served as professional president of Professional Associations of Psychology of AGI, Academy of Psychologists, Vice President of Association of Health Psychologists Hyderabad, and Honorary President of SFAAGs, and Vice President Joint Secretary of many other professional bodies. Madam's CV is very wide, and I had kept it very brief because of shortage of time. I thank you, Madam, for gracing this occasion. I invite Madam to give a talk on this program. Madam, over to you, ma'am.
Namaste. Very good morning. Greetings from Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam. Professor Sivasubramanyam Garu, Father Vice Chancellor of Bharatiyar and Noor Ilam University, Dr. Sendilanathan of Bharatidasan University, Professor G. Viswanadappa from Regional Institute of Education, Mysore, Dr. Vijayavardhini from Dravidian University, Rector, Registrar, Dean of Social Sciences, faculty members of Department of Education, and members of the organizing committee and distinguished participants. I'm very happy to state that this webinar on National Educational Policy 2020 challenges in its implementation is planned by involving eminent educational specialists, educationalists, visionaries in the field of education like Professor Siva Subramaniam. We welcome you, sir. Professor Sendilanathan and Venkatappa. We heartily welcome you to our midst. And as you all aware, the Government of India brought out NEP 2020 as third educational policy after 34 years with massive structural and functional changes from school to, college, with an ardent desire to empower students to make India as Viswaguru, according to Prime Minister Modi, and global leader and most attractive and preferred destination of education, global education, and primarily focusing on quality mandate to make India India-centric education. From my personal point of view, NEP 2020 is very exhaustive, comprehensive in several aspects, covering various transformations in school and higher education. It aims at student-centric education with opportunities for creativity, entrepreneurial skills by curricular and pedagogical aspects instead of rote learning, spoon feeding, and so on. It gave a very greater scope to technology and digital learning, skill-oriented training. Also, NEP 2020 is a realistic tool of empowering the student, emphasizing affiliation, accreditation, multi-entry, multi-exit, academic credit banks, employable skills, vocational training, and then multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary research criteria, and also governance, criterion-based outcome blended educational mode, which generally aiming at the increase of gross enrollment ratio and the educational setup. NEP 2020, for me, appears quite legitimate to strengthen, but at the same time, there are challenges ahead while implementing the same. See, as educational specialists, as you all agree with me, from the economic point of view, we expect tangible returns from whatever we, give in terms of education. But in a country like India, the returns depends on many factors, like student quality, familial environment, parental modeling, health and nutrition, economic status, school environment, location, and many more factors. In a poverty-ridden situation, low enrollment ratio, dropouts are quite common. This is one of the major challenges we need to, encounter during the implementation of NEP 2020. Yet another concern which will impact NEP 2020 is infrastructure development in the institutions and capacity building of teachers. Also, finding additional financial resources, maintaining balance between state and the union government, maintaining the quality mandate while delivering the curriculum in a more effective way. See, as per the focal theme of this webinar, yes, while implementing this National Educational Policy 2020, we do experience many challenges. Amidst every challenge, we need to move forward. Changes need to be brought in. It should be addressed in a proper way and in an effective manner to have a better future to our future generation. While transforming challenges into opportunities in the implementation of National Educational Policy 2020, a massive plan of action with clear pathways considering the ground realities, as I mentioned earlier, like in specific, social, economic, cultural diversity of students, teacher-student ratio, financial implications, and also taking into account India's ancient model of educational system. I'm sure this two-day webinar would certainly provide deeper understanding and insights on NEP 2020, especially the challenges in the implementation of this policy, and suggest, come out with, very viable strategies as educational specialists. I wish this webinar a great experience to every one of us. Thank you. And I'm so happy that Education Department, though late, took this exercise in a very effective manner by involving stalwarts like, Professor Subramanian. So we welcome you to SP Mahila Visvavidyalayam, sir. Thank you. Looking forward to listen to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Your blessings and your wishes will go a long way in giving so much from the department, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Now, it's a pleasure for me to invite the rector of our university, Professor K. Sandhya Rani Garu, for a small speech to encourage us and motivate us in this webinar. Madam Professor K. Sandhya Rani Garu, she is and was the computer science department professor, and she has 33 years of experience. Madam has published many papers in the international and national journals, and Madam had written two books. Madam has many projects in her credit, and Madam had guided 3 MPhils, PhDs 10 and 8 are still on roll, and Madam had presented many papers in national and international seminars and conferences. Madam has 16 awards to her credit, and Madam is the membership in various reputed bodies, national and international level, and Madam is also a member in the RUSA committee. This is a very brief biodata because of shortage of time, madam. Madam has a very wide biodata. Over to you, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am, for a small speech.
Thank you, Amada. Good morning to all. My heartfelt greetings to our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Jamuna Garu, and today's keynote speakers, Professor S. Sivasubramaniam Garu, former Vice Chancellor of Bharatiyar and Nurul Islam Universities, Professor Senthilnath, Professor Viswanathan. I congratulate Professor Amudavalli and the Faculty of Education Department for organizing the National Webinar on NEP 2020, Challenges Ahead of its Implementation. The topic of the webinar is interesting and up to the present scenario of education system. On this occasion, I wish to share few of my observations on NEP 2020. The main focus of this policy related to higher education is to transform higher education institutions into large multidisciplinary universities, colleges, HEI clusters. Through this policy, the higher education sector gets an encouragement for multidisciplinary education with flexibility of subjects, which will create an all-round and enriched personality by interacting with a variety of subjects. This policy facilitates multiple entry, multiple exit schemes with appropriate certification. This policy expanded the scope of universal education from 6 to 14 years to 3 to 18 years. The NEP 2020 stressed upon introduction of skill-oriented, outcome-based internship and project works. For effective implementation of this aspect, industry should come forward to collaborate with academic institutions. NEP 2020 emphasized on technology use and integration to enhance learning, assessment, planning, and administration. For effective implementation, all faculty and staff members must undergo training on various education technology tools. All universities must strengthen adequate ICT infrastructure in terms of network bandwidth, Wi-Fi, FiberNet, etc. Another important point in NEP 2020 is online and digital education, ensuring equitable use of technology. For this, all higher education institutions must be equipped adequate digital infrastructure using modern and smart education tools. The NEP 2020 focused on many aspects to strengthen primary education as well as higher education. The institution should select appropriate reforms and implement these in a phased manner. Overall, NEP 2020 is a harbinger of a strengthened education system. As always, the efficacy of the policy depends on the implementation of roadmap and strategies to overcome the hindrances that are deep-rooted in the present educational system. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this webinar. I am pretty sure that the outcome of this webinar will be fruitful, and my best wishes to all the participants. Thank you, Valanda.
Thank you so much, madam, for your motivating words. And our registrar, because of some work, she couldn't join us, but I thank her also for motivating me. And our dean is present. I thank you, madam, for all the encouragement and motivation for the conduction of this program and in the planning of the program also. Now all the participants will go on for the first session. of Professor Shanmuga Perumal Shivasubramaniam Garu, who is there with us in this webinar. I request Sirisha, Dr. Sirisha, to give one introduction of
Drupati. I am very glad to introduce one of the eminent personality in the field of higher education, Professor S. Sivasubramanian sir. Sir pursued his post-graduation PhD in organic chemistry. Sir had served as Vice Chancellor of Bharatiya University, Coimbatore during 2003 to 2006 and also for Nurul Islam University, Kumra Coil during 2009 and 13. Sir is for Research and Development, Wales University during 2015 and 2018. Sir have 31 years of teaching experience at UG and PG level. Sir have 34 years of research experience. Sir has produced 20 PhDs and 23 MPhils. Sir has published 81 papers in journals, 100 in conferences, among them 16 are proceedings and 5 book chapters. 14 have H-index and 765 citations. Sir has completed several projects from DST, CSAR and UGC. Sir did his postdoctoral work and teaching from Drexel University, USA during 1986 and 1988. Sir has visited on official purpose to many universities in different countries. Sir has been honored at national level by prestigious CSAR Emeritus Scientist Award and invited to attend the prestigious NOST Symposium twice and served as member of national committees for national conference organized by IIT Madras, CDRI Lucknow. Sir delivered many lectures in number of national conferences sponsored by UGC and HRDC by different universities and colleges. Sir has served as the chairperson of the peer team of the NAC to assess universities and colleges in more than 130 visits. At present also, Sir is being busy in addressing the faculty of various universities and colleges across the country through more than 150 webinars on various current topics in higher education. Apart from participation at national level, Sir has served many state universities by his excellence like Chairman, Member of Research Committee for Vice Chancellorship of Tamil Nadu State Universities, serving as Chairperson of Academic and Administrative Audit Committee of Tamil Nadu State Universities. Sir had served as member of Planning Board of some universities in Tamil Nadu, acted as Chairman of TNSA Award Committee in Chemistry during the year of 2008 to 2011. Sir served as the task force member of Algappa University to monitor their theme-based research programs and also School of Education under RUSA 2.0. Sir professionally maintained interactions with funding agencies and got aid from UGC, CSAR, NMHR, NMR, IRPHA, DST FIST. Sir was awarded INSA Fellowship to visit Poland, East and West Germany. Sir had served as member of National Evaluation Board for NET exam. Sir was also member of UGC's expert committee for 10th and 11th plan assessment of universities across the country. New initiatives by Professor S. Subramanian Sir as Vice Chancellor of Bharatiya University resulted in getting A grade from NAC in all the cycles and getting the 11th rank among the Indian universities and first in the state arts and science universities, and also getting citation award very recently, topping all the arts and science universities in India. Sir also got into top 1000 of Times Higher Education Institutions list, 19th among Indian higher education institutions. By Professor S. Subramanian Sir as Vice Chancellor of Nurul Islam University have converted the institution from college mode to university mode. Around 4 crores funding had already been obtained and another around 5 crores worth of projects were pending sanctioned at the time of his leaving the institution. MOUs with 7 foreign universities and several industrial organizations. Sir has been responsible for starting new departments in emerging areas such as nanotechnology, biomedical, aerospace, avionics, fire technology and safety, nuclear engineering, MBA, HRM, etc. New initiatives are advisor of Wales University by Professor S. Subramanian sir are appointments of many faculty members and PhD degree programs, establishment of incubation center for startups and skill development, and made the university to acquire A grade from NAC. With love and affection of students and well-wishers, an endowment of Professor S. Subramanian sir has been created at Madurai Kamaraj University, which is worth of rupees 2 lakhs. This is a very brief information from exhaustive biodata of Professor S. Subramanian sir. We are honored by your willingness to act as resource person, sir, for this webinar. I thank Professor Amudavalli ma'am, Head Department of Education and Program Convener, and also Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam Tirupati for giving me this opportunity. I welcome you, sir. The platform is yours for the deliberations. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all. And one small request for the participants to mute their microphones while deliberation is going. Please put in the chat box. All at the end of the session, your doubts will be clarified by sir. Thank you, one and all.
Please wait for a minute. Are you able to see the screen? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see the screen? Okay, okay. Am I audible?
Audible,
Hello?
sir. Audible, sir.
Screen is visible.
You are audible and it's visible,
sir.
sir. It's very.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Madam Professor Jamuna, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Padmavati Visvavidyalaya, the Rector of the University, Professor Sandhya Rani, Professor Amudavalli, the coordinators of the program, the fellow participants. Good morning to one and all. I deem it an honor and privilege to address all of you this wonderful morning on the new National Educational Policy, that is NEP 2020, demonstrating how it is a paradigm set in education. Of course, during the progress of the lecture, we will see what are the challenges we will come across in implementation of this policy. Well, friends, as the Vice Chancellor has already said, this is the first education policy of the 21st century. Now, this policy proposes the revision and revamping of all aspects of the education structure. When I say all aspects of education structure, I mean to say the curriculum innovation, pedagogical innovation, examination reforms, the governance structure, and whatnot. So the entire education structure will be being modified in order to create a new system aligned with the goals of the 21st century education. Friends, the course of the 21st century education can be summed up in 4 C's. The first C is critical thinking, which leads to the ability to solve the problems, problem solving. Of course, in the education department, you have talked about Bloom's taxonomy, and the higher order thinking levels will lead to critical thinking. That is, as per the Bloom's taxonomy, remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and design or create. So the top 3, which will lead to higher order thinking skills. So the first and the foremost C is critical thinking, which will arise out of higher order thinking, which will lead to the problem solving abilities. The second C is creativity. See, the critical thinking can lead to creative thinking and also tested thinking. But we should channelize the students' efforts towards creative thinking, which in turn leads to innovation. So creativity and innovation is the second aspect. What is innovation? Innovation stands for something original, something novel, something need-based, something relevant. Please note the adjectives. Something novel, something need-based, something relevant. Ultimately leads to the societal benefit. That is very important. Core characteristic, ultimately it leads to the societal benefit. I'll give a simple example because you are all educationists. Let me talk about pedagogical innovation. When I say pedagogical innovation, we are going to use technology for the transaction of pedagogical processes. I repeat, we are going to use technology for the transaction of pedagogical processes. That is, teachers will technology to teach a subject and the technology to learn the subject. But this technology enables the teacher to teach in an easier way. The same technology enables the student to learn the subject in an easier way. So innovation is something applicable to society which makes them to use it easily. So pedagogical innovation of introducing in the pedagogical processes makes the teachers to feel easy in teaching, makes the student to feel easy in learning. That's what we call it as pedagogical innovation. So the second aspect, second goal of 21st century is creativity that will ultimately lead to innovation. Then, the third aspect is collaboration. We have to live in this world, and for that collaboration, we need social intelligence, we need emotional intelligence, and other intelligence, which I will talk about later, and adaptability. All these things are needed for collaboration. In one word, there is a lot more meaning on that. Communication. Fourth C. When I say communication, it's not simple communication. In a lucid way, in a reachable way, and so on and so forth. So perfect communication or effective communication will be more appropriate. It's not simply verbal, it also the digital. Because today, whether we like it or not, we are in the fourth industrial revolution, which is nothing but a mix of digital, physical, and biological. I repeat, digital, physical, and biological. In the digital revolution, we are going to talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, virtual reality, augmented reality, Internet of Things, blockchain, and so on and so forth. See, today's students must be having this digital literacy. So communication also includes digital communication. That's what we have to understand clearly. So in short, the 20th century education goals are, as I said, critical thinking and problem solving, creative thinking which leads to innovation, and then collaboration. The fourth is communication, perfect communication in a lucid style. So this policy aligns with the goals of all the four, the 20th century education. This apart, please note, this is alignment with the sustainable development goals of, which is actually, please note, India is a signatory to the sustainable development goals set by UN. In fact, the meeting held in 2015, and all the countries put together, they are signatory to this. India is also part of the signatory to implement these 17 goals that was developed. First to discuss all the 17 goals, but the fourth goal is very, very relevant to today's educational policy. But please note, SDGs Sustainable Development Goal 4 is to ensure inclusive education. When I say inclusive education, inclusion of gender, inclusion of the communities, and other things. That is social factors also. And then equitable education. Please note, it is not education, quality education. And to promote lifelong learning. Lifelong learning, that is continuous learner. And this opportunity for everyone. So STC 4 is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. This is also addressed by the NEP 2020. So there are two goals of 20th century education, the sustainable goals number 4. Well, friends, this I will come back later. So this whole policy rests on 22 fundamental principles. Once we discuss all these things, then we can simply rush through the other slides. The first and the foremost is recognize, identify, foster the abilities of each student by sensitizing teachers as well as parents. Please note, parents. we are thinking only teachers should do. In both academic and non-academic spheres, not only academic, please note, that's important, non-academic spheres. So I repeat, recognize, identify, foster. That is grow. The unique is, please remember, every student has got some innate ability. In fact, I used to talk while teaching about education technologies. An excellent teacher is one. Out the hidden talents of the poorest of the poor student and cull out that talent and make him come up with flying colors. So that's what I want. So every student has got some innate ability. The teacher should sense that, bring out, recognize, identify, foster the unique ability of each student. And this can also be done not only by the teachers, but also parents. Not only academic matters, non-academic matters. Then, according the highest priority, foundational literacy and numeracy. What is this foundational literacy? When the students come to in the primary education, when they come to grade 3, they should be able to read and write and do the basic mathematics. Friends, today's education says, even at the standard 3 or even at the standard 8, there is a survey where many of the students are unable to read and write and unable to do the basic arithmetics. Is flexibility. This is very important, so that the learners have the ability to choose their learning trajectories, learning pathways, and the programs, and thereby choose their own paths of life, talents, and interest. Let me say for example, a student joins an engineering discipline. Let me say EEE. And he finds it difficult, unable to cope it up. At the end of the first year, if he wants, as per this new policy, he can change over to management, which is a social science, and complete the course, the next 2 years in management. And finally, he'll get a degree. Even though he has done first year in electrical engineering, the second and third year in management, the degree is from the Department of Management, because the 66%, the 2 years has been done in management, done in the electrical engineering, will also be taken account based on whatever marks is stored, because those marks are saved in the academic credit bank, as Madam Vice was referring to. So today, if I take chemistry, I have to continue for the next 3 years. But this policy envisions the flexibility. Change the course. Whatever he is willing, he is able to do. And again, not only that, he is finding it difficult. He can choose music or sports. Please note, in today's scenario, music is not curriculum. Sorry, this is not academic program. That is extracurricular, in some cases co-curricular. So, the sports, again, is not considered curricular. But in the new education policy, the person who has done education, in the second and third year, he can choose the course on sports or on music and still get a degree. On his liking, ability to do it. So this is what the flexibility. Not only that, in this new education policy, suppose a student in the first year, his 1 year is not being wasted. He can get a certificate for that 1 year program. Leaves after second year, he can get a diploma. And yes, he will get a degree. But these certificates and diploma are useful because for some reason, maybe for economic reason, he is sitting at the end of the first year. After 2 years, he can join back the same course or other courses and academic bank credit and complete the project. So there are a lot of flexibilities in the whole program, and the students have the choice to choose according to their taste as well as their willingness. This is one important aspect which we never forget. And as I said, there is no hard separations between arts and sciences. They are treated equally. Between curricular and extracurricular activities, they are treated equally. Between vocational and academic streams. Please note, today the vocational courses are looked down by the society. But in the new education policy, the vocational streams and academic streams are treated with equal respect. So, this is the fourth fundamental principle. The next one is multidisciplinary and holistic education. Please remember these two words. When I went through the NEP of the 60 pages, I have come across these two words at least 23 times, repeatedly. So the whole emphasis on multidisciplinary and holistic education. Why? Why? Please think about it. Now, these are the days of interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, and multidisciplinary. Why multidisciplinary? I will give a simple example. Whenever you take up multidisciplinary, innovation is bound to happen. I'll give today's example. Technology. Rector may be knowing IT, BT, NT. IT stands for Information Technology. BT stands for Biotechnology. NT stands for Nanotechnology. Please don't think IT, Information Technology, is a single discipline. Many people are under the misconception. IT is a single discipline. No. It is a multidisciplinary subject. I'll tell you why. See, informatics, when married with a technology, it became information technology. Informatics plus technology. The informatics itself is made up of, that is, information science plus mathematics and statistics. So, ticks from statistics and mathematics, info from information science. When we marry them, when we mix them together, we got informatics. So, informatics discipline is made up of three disciplines: information technology. You know, whatever we do in IT is an innovation. How IT is changing the whole world. Technology is changing. IT innovation means because it is multidisciplinary. Biotechnology. Mixing of physiology, microbiology, immunology, what are all the other disciplines of biology put together in biotechnology. You know what technology society? It is NT, nanotechnology. It is after nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is a mix of chemistry, physics, material science, biology, engineering, medicine, and what. Mention any field, nanotechnology have its shape. The chemists either prepare or assemble the nanomaterials. The physicists bring out instruments to see and manipulate the nanomaterials. Remember, when I say nano, I'm talking of the size of 10 to the minus 9 meters, 10 to the power of minus 9 meters. To visualize it physically, you take a human hair, one human hair, divided by 80,000. One human hair divided by 80,000. That is the size of nano we are talking about. So we cannot see it with our normal eye. To see that and to manipulate that, you need instruments which is given by the physicists. The beauty of nano is nanomaterials behave differently from other ordinary materials. Everyone knows gold is yellow in color, but when you take a nano gold, it is no longer yellow. So every property changes. That's why the whole world is after nano, because they change their properties. That is explained by materials. I'm not going details. And then nano is found its application in every engineering, medicine, and whatnot. So, nano, whatever you do in nano is an innovation that benefits the society. I'll give only one example. Today, nano can cure cancer. They prepare the nanomaterials, they coat with collagen, a biomaterial secreted by the cancer cells, injected the body, that goes along with the blood and goes and sit only on the top of the cancer cells, because cancer cells also secrete this colon, so they become biocompatible. And when you heat that portion, the cancer cell alone destroyed and are saved. So that is the importance of nanotechnology. So I give only one example. Whatever you do in nano is the innovation. So remember, the basic point which I want to stress is whenever or interdisciplinary or cross-disciplinary, that leads to creativity and innovation. Therefore, emphasizes on multidisciplinary education. That is number one. Important point is a holistic education. We have to prepare an individual. When I say well-rounded individual, the individual must have, apart from the cognitive intelligence. Yes, we do teach, make them understand. Apart from the cognitive intelligence, the students must have social intelligence, how to move in a society. That lack of that leads to so many divers in the IT field. They might be educated, they might get lakhs and lakhs of, but they lack in social intelligence. They lack in emotional intelligence. When we are teaching them how to see the reason behind the emotion, then they can control. So emotional intelligence people must have. They should have the spiritual intelligence. I'm not talking about any religion. When I say spiritual intelligence, concentrate on whatever you do. Your mind, your actions, your words, all in unidirection. On that particular, whatever you do. That's what I mean by spiritual intelligence. Then, you should have moral intelligence. Today, I'm sorry, our students lack in moral intelligence. And then, that's what, we have to leave a sustainable world to the incoming generation. And then, as I said, the students must have digital intelligence. Say, I'm using the word intelligent intelligence. What? Say, there are different digital tools. Suppose you want to teach, I will use the Google Classroom. So there's a classroom tool. Suppose I want to do a formative assessment, I may use Socrates as a tool. If you want to download information, google.com. Suppose you want to store it, it can be e-platform. So different digital tools are there. The intelligence is what tool must be used for what. So the students, teachers must be digitally intelligent, not only competent, they should be intelligent enough to the right tool for the right purpose. Innovative intelligence, because we want the students to be creative. For that, creativity should lead to innovation, as I talked about. So when I say holistic education, we must address not only cognitive intelligence, but also emotional intelligence, social intelligence, spiritual intelligence, moral intelligence, environmental intelligence, innovative intelligence, and the digital intelligence. Only then we have given him or her the holistic education. So, the principle is we should give them multidisciplinary for the reasons I already explained, and a holistic education across the sciences, social sciences, arts, humanities, and sports for a multidisciplinary world. There is no separation, hard operation. In order to ensure the unity and integrity of all knowledge. Then, emphasis on conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and learning for exam. Friends, let me tell you, in fact, I read an article which was published way back in 2016 in the universities. Avoid etc. add for C. Avoid etc. add for C. In fact, that article has been again reproduced even without asking me in the year 29 because of its importance. Avoid etc. The ETC stands for E for exam centric. That is preparing our students only for exams. Then T stands for 3. Teacher centric, text centric, tradition centric. Teacher centric means as a teacher, I'll go to the class, teach whatever I know without bothering about whether the students understand or not. Yeah, just I entered the class by 10 o'clock, 40 or 50 minutes, whatever the duration, just 1 minute traffic, without any interaction, without checking whether the students understand or not, I'll just come on. And the students are not encouraged to ask questions. There is no discussion. Education. We are not bothered about the students. That's what the Vice Chancellor emphasized. Student-centric, I will discuss. And then the tradition-centric. Traditionally, just go to the class, monologue, teach, or chalk and talk, that's all. So, this then C stands for corruption-centric. And then compromise-centric. Corruption in the appointment of vice chancellors, corruption in the appointment of faculty, corruption even in admission in the case of deemed to be universities and others, some of the aided universities and so on. And then compromise in terms of caste, region, religion, linguism, and so on and so forth. All these must be avoided. So avoid etc. Exam-centric, teacher-centric, text-centric, tradition-centric, corruption-centric, compromise-centric. And exam-centric should be replaced by understanding-centric. Please note. Why? Otherwise, the student understands the subject. He cannot start thinking on the subject. Only when he starts thinking, then we can talk about critical thinking, creative thinking, and so on and so forth. For innovation, the fundamental principle is the students must understand the concept, which is not there in today's education. Because we tell our students, don't bother. In fact, in general, students are not very much interested in education because they think this is a period for enjoyment. They don't even attend the classes properly. And we just want result and tell them, go to the last 5-year question papers. 5 into 2, 10 semester question papers. The questions will come only from that. And you can memorize or you can study and then write the exam. That's what happened in most of the universities. That's what I mean by rote learning. Learning by rote, by memorizing and vomiting the exam. So, today's education produces just degree holders. I repeat, today's education produces just degree holders and not intellectuals. I am not saying, in fact, I wrote it in my 20 section. Today that is acknowledged by the UGC quality mandate, which says Indian higher education institutions are producing just degree holders and not intellectuals. So rote learning must be avoided, and we have to make the students to understand the subject. Then teacher-centric. Teacher-centric to student-centric. What is student-centric? Let me tell you, friends. You are all using PowerPoint presentation. You are done with that. I want to take one further step. Convert the PPT into a CD or pen drive. Make the CD or pen drive available to the students. Please note, what was your PPT now becomes educational resource in the form of CD or pen drive. Or you can put your PPT in the e-platform of a university, normally Moodle platform, which can be accessed by the students at whatever time they want. So thereby converting your PPT into a open education source. You may ask me a question. After so much preparation, I prepared my PPT, and some other teacher may copy it and may use it. He gets a better name than me, like that. Don't worry, because you can always stamp it with your name at the underline. So even if they steal, let them steal. You can feel happy that your work was useful for somebody else. Now, what is the advantage that? Let me say a few advantages. A student who is sitting in the class, unfortunately he has a headache, or he is worried with something which happened at home. He is unable to concentrate during the class hours. See, this kind of students who are unable to concentrate in the class, when their mind is ready to receive, maybe in the evening, maybe in the night, or next morning, they can visit these open education resources and then go through it. So we are facilitating the students, when his mind is ready to receive, to go through the lesson. This is number one. And the student, he may be very attentive. He may listen to the class, but his grasping capacity, he would understand only 20 or 30% of that. That student, when he gets time, he can revisit the PPT, make the understanding from 30% to 60%, again revisit, make it 100%. So you facilitate a solo learner to understand it fully. This is the part. Suppose the student is unable to attend the class. That boy or girl can get through this open education and make up for the loss of absenteeism. So these are the great advantages of converting your PPT into an open education source. This is what we mean by student-centric. That is, students must have the freedom to choose the time, choose the place, and choose the speed. The student has the choice to choose the time. He may read it in the evening, in the night, or next morning. Choose the place from home, in the campus, if your campus is Wi-Fi enabled. Speed. You can understand one time, 2 visits, or 3 visits. So this is what I mean by anytime, anywhere process, which is a student-centric approach. That is, the students have the choice to choose the time, place, speed. Don't compel the student to study only in the class. That's what we talk about. And not only that, suppose Padmavati, she is an expert in a particular discipline, a lead, and her class has to be engaged with junior most lecturer. In that case, the junior most lecturer PPT prepared by Madam Padmavati, and whatever little bit modification here and there, she can use it, and in case of Padmavati, her addenda can be done and still see it wonderfully well. Thereby, the experience and exposure of Padmavati is also used by the junior lecturer. So these are the various advantages of conversion of a PPT into a open education. This is what the student-centric process stands for. Eccentric, understand-centric, teacher-centric, the student-centric, text-centric, subject-centric. Unfortunately, all our Indian universities and autonomous colleges prescribed a test for that. In tune to expect answers only from the text. Suppose a student walks an extra mile, go through a MOOC platform such as, say, EDX or Coursera or SPM. He writes the essay. In the exam, him or her a big zero. Not because the boy is wrong, but because the teacher does not know the answer. She expects or he expects only from the textbook. What is more important, whether the student has grasped the subject. So it should become text-centric to subject-centric, irrespective of the text. Hello? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, please. I'll do it. 1 minute. Okay. So, I think now it is visible. Am I right? Hello?
Visible, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay, fine.
Still, you can maximize, sir.
No, that's the maximum which is possible. Well,
Okay.
text-centric to subject-centric, tradition-centric to ICT-centric. That is, you are expected to use the blended learning, flipped learning, and so on and so on, thereby making the understanding facilitating. Then corruption-centric, the system is weak, that we will not discuss here. The teacher should not compromise anything. She belongs to my caste or my community, my region, my religion, and so on and so forth. So, with regard to the appointments, it should be based on merit, absolute merit, nothing else. And there should not be any compromise on that. So here the emphasis on conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and learning for exam. And then creativity and critical thinking to encourage logical decision making and innovation. We have talked enough. Ethics, human and constitutional values. Evidence I talked about. Human values are very important. Constitutional values. Respect for others, cleanliness, cooperation, teamwork, resilience, let's get back to it, courtesy, democratic spirit, spirit of service, respect for public property, scientific temper, liberty, responsibility, pluralism. Please note, this is very important. This country is of multilingualism, multireligiosism, so on and so forth. Equality. When I say equality, gender equality, social equality, and so on and so forth. And justice. And then promoting promoting multilingualism and using leverage of language in teaching and learning. Now, this policy emphasizes teaching in the mother tongue at the primary education. So, promote multilingualism and also emphasize the mother tongue at the primary level. Life skills such as communication, I talked enough. Cooperation, yes. teamwork, and resilience. Get back to the original thing. Focus on regular formative assessment. Please note, the continuous assessment, formative assessment for learning rather than the summative assessment. Today's exam is, the passes are based on the final exam. When final exam in, the rote learning is possible. Suppose you are doing away with final exam and are having a minimum mark for that, then automatically formative continuous assessment gains importance. That's the right way whereby the coaching culture will die. And friends, your technology in teaching and learning. In fact, I have given at least 20-25 lectures on pedagogic innovations of the 20th century, teachers and technology, the characteristics of an excellent teacher in the current era, like that. For how to use technology effectively in the teaching learning process. In fact, friends, I am forced to talk. It is no longer information technology. I used to say IT is synonymous with Indian technology. Somebody may ask you a question, how dare you say that? Yes, I do that because, so look at the top IT companies across the globe. Look at IBM. Who is the chief? Okay. Aravind Krishna. He is the CEO. Look at Google and Alphabet. Who is the CEO? Sundar Pichai. Look at Microsoft. Who is the CEO? Satyam Nadella. Look at Adobe. Sadhana Bhattacharya. So if you look at the top 10 IT companies, all are manned by Indian. Friends, that's the kind of brain we have. But unfortunately, therefore I say IT is equivalent to Indian technology. We have mastered over it. But unfortunately, we the teachers have not still utilized the realms of technology in education. That is the problem. Therefore, this policy emphasizes the extensive use of technology in teaching, learning, removing language barriers, increasing access for beyond students, that is physically challenged students, in educational planning and management. Please respect the diversity because this country is of diverse nature. Respect for the local context. That is, when I say respect diversity, think globally and act locally. Respect for the local context in all curriculum, pedagogy, policy. Always keeping in mind that education is a concurrent subject. That is where both the center and the state have a say. Full equity and inclusion as the cornerstone principle of all education. And in this policy, the students are expected to thrive in the whole system. Another important thing is there is a synergy in the curriculum across all levels of education. Synergy, there is a continuum at all levels. From early childhood care up to the collegiate level or university level. Say for example, research. Today, when we talk about research, we talk only at the PhD level. Whereas in this policy, even at the childhood, the students are taught in a play method, whereby the students are provoked to think, ask intelligent questions. So, research is nothing but questioning and trying to find out the answer. That is brought out even in the childhood care. And that is maintained in the school curriculum. And that is maintained in the undergraduate course. Because in this policy, if somebody wants to do research, he can do it at the fourth year, the course, the BSc course or BA course. Completely devoted to research in this discipline. And finally, then PhD. So in all levels, there is a continuum. That's what synergy in curriculum across all levels of education. Very importantly, teachers in the faculty as the heart of the learning process. Today we are not being recognized. We the teachers because their recruitment, the right kind of person occupying the right positions, be it the vice chancellor, be it the HOD, be it the teachers, with the right frame of mind will alone help the system. Recruitment, continuous professional development. In fact, in terms of technology, so many new technologies are coming out, and positive working environment that makes us teachers feel working more and giving them enough rewards, service conditions. A light but tight regulatory frame. Please note, a light but tight to ensure integrity, transparency, and resource efficiency, including infrastructure, of the education system through audit and public disclosure, while encouraging innovation and out-of-box ideas through autonomy, good governance, and empowerment. Please note, today look at the NEP. What was done previously? What is being done today? Now, everything now 70% based upon the data. Everything is technology oriented and you cannot manipulate. So that's a light but tight regulation. The same thing will happen in managing or in governing the colleges and universities. So outstanding research, not simple research. When I talk about outstanding research by the H index, publication impact journals, how many projects you are able to get from other funding agencies or industries, and what much of consultancy or patterns you are able to develop. These are all habits where you can measure the outstanding research and its impact on the society, economy, and other things. Research as the core requisite, fundamental requisite for education development. Countries based on sustained research and regular assessment by educational experts. So progress is a continuous one. As Madam Yamuna Devi was talking about, a rootless and pride in India. Think of our ancient history, Nalanda, Tachasila, and what not. We had all this liberal arts education. It was there. And we were the best in the whole world to bring back the Viswaguru and its rich, diverse, ancient, modern culture and knowledge system as well as tradition. Remember, education is a public service. Quality education must be considered the basic right of every child. Every child is entitled to have the quality education, not education. Please understand that. Then substantial investment in a strong, vibrant public education system. Today, let me tell you friends, the public education systems are very weak. They are, particularly the state universities, they are treated in a step-motherly way. While the IITs, IIScs and the central universities are funded, the state universities are long. But in fact, more than 88% of the students are coming from state universities. Unless otherwise the state universities are funded enough and they are strengthened, no amount of quality education can be expected from India. But this policy visualization, that's what I say, strong, vibrant public education system, as well as encouraging facilitation of the private and community participation. Now we have discussed the fundamentals. We can go quickly on those things. There are 4 parts of NEP: school education, higher education, other key areas of focus, making happen. This is what the price where there may be, which we have to come across. Okay. Please remember, must form the basis for knowledge creation and innovation. and thereby contributing the growing national economy. Please note, from President to Prime Minister, everybody talks about innovation, startup, incubation, and so on and so forth. That is only when you are able to create individuals who are creative and innovative. And there's a misconception. The purpose of quality education is just for individual empowerment. No, it is more than that. It is more than creation. This higher education must represent a key to a more vibrant, socially engaged, cooperative communities. Plus, all of us must live together and a happier, cohesive, cultured, productive, innovative, and prosperous nation. So the higher education role is, please remember, university's role is knowledge creation and innovation. Now, what are the problems? I'll quickly go through it. Severely fragmented higher education, teacher education, engineering education, medical education, arts, commerce. There's a fragmentation. Then, emphasis on cognitive skills. Less emphasis on cognitive skills and learning outcome. Only now the UGC have come out with the outcomes education, which is being implemented throughout the country. Previously, there was no learning outcomes and graduate accreditation. A rigid separation of disciplines with early specialization and making students to narrow areas. Suppose if you take BSc chemistry, yes, I have to do only chemistry, MSc chemistry. Maybe I can go to biotechnology. But other than that, I cannot do it. Particularly for the socio-economically disadvantaged areas, tribal areas, hill areas, northeastern states, and only a few HCAs in these areas, and a few higher education institutions alone teaching local languages or mother tongues. Very importantly, limited teacher and institutional autonomy, because we have an affiliation system. The university prescribes the syllabus, the university prescribes the pedagogical methods, and university makes the assessment, and there is no autonomy for the colleges and the teachers in an affiliating system. Of course, autonomous colleges, they are not doing very much today, to be frank. And then there is an inadequate mechanism for merit-based career management and promotion of faculty, and thereby bring out institutional leaders. Now, this policy envisions the merit-based promotion, whereby the institutional leaders are groomed within the institution. Lesser emphasis on research in most universities, because most of the universities, state universities, they are not funded. There may be brilliant minds, but they are not giving enough facilities, and so on and so forth. So, lesser emphasis on research and lack of competitive peer-reviewed research funding across the sector. I'm sorry to tell you openly, today the funding mechanism is so weak. Somebody gives 20% commission, get the project in different funding. I do not want to go into details, and the mechanism is not proper. And then suboptimal governance. The governance is not so good because the leaders themselves come in a wrong way. They bribe the government, they bribe the politicians, they bribe, and they come and sit as vice chancellors, principals, and so on. And therefore, they are bothered about making the money back rather than imparting quality education or carrying out quality research. And large affiliating universities resulting in low standards of undergraduate education. Well, friends, my articles in the universities, if you have time, you can go through it. Introspection of States of Quality in Higher Education in India, published in 2016. In the same year, Quality Enhancement in Higher Education by avoiding etc. and adding 4 C's. The 4 C's are competence, confidence, congruence, and creativity. I'll talk a little bit later. replace etc. by competence, confidence, concurrence, and creativity. This was again reproduced in 2019. And now in 2019, I wrote an article, Innovation Ecosystem, the needed hour in Indian HCIs. So I have been talking about the quality of higher education for the last 6 years continuously. In fact, I have been interacting with the chairman or members of the revision. In fact, I had a very good interaction with Professor K.S.R. Subramaniam, the former chairman, the basis for this new education policy. And I have written all these articles to the people concerned, and I'm happy to state I'm the happiest person today because whatever expressed in these articles have been taken care of in the new education policy. Of course, remedy I can quickly go through it. Moving towards a higher education system consisting of multidisciplinary universities. This fragmented system to multi-university and colleges. The colleges also must be multi-disciplinary. One or in near every district. That is, every district is supposed to have minimum one multidisciplinary university. More HCA across India offer medium of instruction or programs either in local or Indian languages. That's number one. Number two, moving towards a more multidisciplinary undergraduate education. Unlike today, chemistry, physics, biology, economics, today, hereafter, the degrees, undergraduate degrees will be in multidisciplinary. Moving towards faculty and institutional autonomy. Revamp the curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and student support. Please note, student support for enhanced student experience. Reaffirming the integrity of the faculty and institute leadership position through merit appointments and career progression based on teaching, research, and service. Please note, not only teaching and research, and the institutional service are recognized. This is a new aspect. And then establishing the NRF, National Research Foundation, to fund outstanding peer-reviewed research. Please note, not research. Outstanding research, as I already said, peer-reviewed by the concerned experts, and actively see research in universities and colleges, irrespective of whether it's a state university or a central university or IIT, IISc, or a college, etc. HCIs by highly qualified independent boards, unlike today. Highly qualified independent boards having academic and administrative autonomy. Light but tight regulation by a single regulator, higher education council, a single regulator, unlike today. There's UGC, there's AICT, there's a medical council in India, and so on, nursing council, so on and so forth. And then increased access, increased equity, and inclusion through a range of measures, including greater opportunities for districts. Now, when we are talking about institute restructuring and the existing system, they visualize this way. Transform all higher education institutions into a large multidisciplinary universities or colleges or higher education institution clusters, or we can call it as knowledge hubs. So three types: universities, multidisciplinary university, multidisciplinary college, or higher education institutional clusters or knowledge hubs. Each of which will have minimum 3,000 students or more, slightly more also. So that's the visualization. Now, in this NEP, a university means a multidisciplinary institution of higher learning that offers, please note, undergraduate and graduate programs with high quality teaching, research, and community development. Please, community engagement. Not research, community engagement. So universities must be socially relevant. And they think universities must be of three levels. Sorry, the institutions must be of three types. Research intensive universities. When I say research intensive, that university's core activity will be research. That does not mean they will not have teaching. They will have sufficient amount of teaching. But their main activity will be research. Then teaching at universities. Again, teaching university means they will think only teaching. No, they will research also, but research to a lesser extent, and teaching will be a more step. Then, autonomous degree granting colleges. That is, again, a multi-disciplinary institution, degrees on their own, unlike the affiliating system. Please note, these autonomous colleges will enjoy graded autonomy. It increases, they can give. Say, for example, today, A plus, they can run in the NAC grade, they can run the distance learning programs. They go to A double plus, they get more funding. See, rules of funding is based upon the NAC accreditation levels. So, like that, graded autonomy. When they qualify more and more, the autonomy will be conferred. Accreditation, that's what I talked about. Autonomous degree granting colleges could be evolved into either teaching intensive universities, and the teaching universities, if they reflect more of research, they will move over to the research universities. In fact, friends, I want to tell you here one important fact. The draft policy was talking about all central government universities will be converted into research universities, IITs, IIS, etc. And the state universities will be teaching universities. In fact, in many conferences, feedback, I said nothing doing. We assess based on the performance. Whether it's a central university or a state university or a deemed university or a private university, whomsoever performs, they must be, on the basis of performance, they should be designated as research intensive or teaching intensive. Now that has been accepted. I'm happy about it. And then more HCAs shall be established and developed in underserved regions such as Northeast, underdeveloped areas for full access, equity and inclusion. And by 2030, at least one large multidisciplinary HCI in every district. That's what they visualize. Within 10 years, every district will have one HCI, which is multidisciplinary. Then steps shall be taken to establish high quality higher education institutions, both public and private. Please note, high quality, having the medium of instruction in local or Indian languages or bilingual to promote and local language. Please note, the aim will be to increase the gross enrollment ratio in higher education, including vocational education, from the present 26.3% to by 2030. Then, please note, growth will be in both public and private institutions, with a strong emphasis on developing large number of outstanding public. That's what I was saying. More number of government and government-aided institutions. The option to run open distance learning and online programs. Please note the point, provided they are accredited. Today, as of today, only those universities which are A plus are eligible to conduct the single stream HCIs, such as IITs, IIMs, IITs, will add departments across different fields that will strengthen the single stream that they are currently serving. See, IITs are concentrating only on engineering. IIMs are concentrating only on management. IITs are concentrating only on ITs. These institutions have to necessarily transform themselves into multidisciplinary. Already, I know IIT Mumbai has started so many humanities and arts courses, science courses, and all those courses. A single stream HEI, everybody will be made to convert into a multidisciplinary institution. For the reasons we have seen. Through the attainment of suitable accreditations, gradually move towards full autonomy. When I say autonomy, academic and administrative, in order to enable a vibrant culture. Please note, the new regulatory system visualized in this policy will foster the overall culture of empowerment and autonomy to innovate. Culture of empowering the institution, empowering the individuals, and autonomy to innovate. Including by gradually phasing out the system of affiliated colleges over a period of 15 years through a system of graded autonomy. When I say graded autonomy, by NAC accreditation, and carried out in a challenge mode. So whomsoever does well, they will get. Suppose a college today, it is B, more than 3,000 students. If the college gets an A grade or A plus grade, they will automatically convert into a multidisciplinary institution. Please note, this is what we mean by challenge board. The overall higher education sector will aim to be an integrated higher education system, including professional education and vocation. There is no difference, except medical and legal. They have left apart for some reasons. Otherwise, whether it is engineering, whether it is agriculture, nursing, everything under a single integrated higher education. And then the present complex nomenclature, a deemed university, an affiliating university, affiliating technical university, unitary university, period, all will be done away. All universities will be called by a single name, university, simply university, provided they fulfill the criteria as per the law. So there is no confusion, there will be only one name, university. And then the notion of knowledge of many arts, that's liberal arts, which was in earlier, will be brought back here. Then assessment of educational approaches in undergraduate education that integrates humanities and arts with science, technology, engineering, mathematics has shown positive learning outcomes. This is the survey already done, which leads to increased creativity and innovation. That's what we talked about. Critical thinking, higher order thinking capacities, problem solving abilities, teamwork, communication, more in-depth learning, master the curricula across fields, increases the social and moral awareness, etc. Besides general engagement and enjoyment of learning. Please note, this is what the importance of multidisciplinary study. So survey has done, or has shown, when it is multidisciplinary, the learning outcomes are really good. Creativity happens, innovation happens, critical thinking happens, problem solving ability, teamwork enables, and then communicating skill improves, and so on and so forth. Research is also improved and enhanced through holistic, and we all discussed. And again, a holistic and multidisciplinary education would aim to develop all capacities of human beings. Aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, moral, in an integrated. I already talked about this integrated. Such an education will help develop well-rounded individual. Yes, I talked about it. When they go through all this intelligence, automatically they will become well-rounded individuals who possesses the critical 20th century capabilities. Such a holistic education will be offered in all undergraduate programs, including those of professional, technical, and vocational disciplines. Please note, imaginative and flexible curricular structures will make creative combinations of discipline for study, and it offer multiple entry and exit points, thus removing the present rigid boundaries and creating new possibilities for lifelong learning. That's a flexibility. Flexibility in curriculum and novel and engaging course options offered to students, because the teachers have the autonomy to develop their own courses. They can develop the courses which will engage the students, which will make the students interesting, in addition to rigorous specialization in a subject. As I said, this will be encouraged by increased faculty and institutional autonomy in setting the curriculum. Pedagogy will also have an increased emphasis on communication, discussion, debate, research, opportunities for cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary research. This is lacking today. Not lot of communication across them. No discussion except discussion forum in management, debate, etc. So towards the holistic and multi-disciplinary education, the flexible and innovative curricula of all HAs shall include credit-based courses and projects in the areas of community engagement. Please note, community is taken care of. Projects in the areas of community engagement and service. So that is, we should be socially relevant, locally relevant. Environmental education and value-based education. The structure and the length of degree programs. The undergraduate degree will be either 3-year or 4-year. That means 3-year means simple degree, 4th year means last year for the research alone. And then with multiple exit options within the period, with appropriate certification. Certificate for after 1 year in a discipline or field, including vocational professional areas, diploma after 2 years, a bachelor after. As we said, an academic bank of credit will be established, which will digitally store the academic credits earned in the previous period from an HCI can be awarded, taking into account all the credits earned. Please note, as I said, 4th year program will lead to a degree with research if the student completes a rigorous research project in the last year. And the HCS will have flexibility to offer different designs of master program. There will be a 2-year program where second year is complete due to research. For those students who have completed 3-year degree. For students who have completed a 4-year degree, that is with research, there could be only 1-year master program. Or there may be integrated 5-year bachelor's or master program. Undertake a PhD shall require either a master degree or a 4-year PhD. Please note the MPhil program with. And then model public universities for holistic and multidisciplinary education. On par with IITs, IIMs, etc. Multidisciplinary education and research mirrors and will aim to attain the highest global standards so that these universities are coming to the top 100 ranks either in Times Higher Education or QS rank. These HCs will focus on research and innovation, incubation centers, technology development centers, centers in front areas of research, NT, BT, IT, greater industry academic nature, and interdisciplinary research, including humanities and social sciences. These HCs will develop golden mechanisms and competitions for promoting innovations among students. Will function to help and support such a vibrant research and innovation culture across all HCIs, research labs, and other research organizations. Please note, optimal learning environments, the right. Effective learning requires a comprehensive approach that involves appropriate curriculum. Engaging pedagogy. The pedagogy must engage the students. Continuous formative assessment and also adequate student support. That's very important. The curriculum must be interesting and relevant. Today, what we have irrelevant curriculum. Updated regularly to align with the latest knowledge requirements and to meet the specific learning outcomes. High quality pedagogy is the necessary to successfully impart the curricular materials to students. The assessment methods must be scientific, designed to continuously improve learning and test the application of knowledge and understanding. Last but not the least, the development of capacities that promote student wellness, that is fitness, psychosocial well-being, sound ethical groundings are also critical for high-quality learning. Learning environments. And learning environments that are engaging, please note, this is very word which will engage the student, which will make them enjoy the learning, which will make them enriching them, engaging and supporting, and enable all the students to succeed are, number one, in order to promote creativity, institutions, faculty will have autonomy to innovate on matters of curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. Accordingly, curriculum pedagogy will be designed by institutions to ensure a stimulating and engaging learning experience for all students. And a continuous formative assessment will be used to further the goals of each program. Each institution will integrate its academic plans into a larger institutional development plan. Please note, this is very important. It will develop with the help of all the stakeholders. Each institution will commit to the holistic development of students and create programs for supporting the diverse students in the academic and social domains. Third, the students from socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds require encouragement and support to make the successful transition possible. Finally, fourth, open distance learning and online education provide natural path to increase the access to quality education. Finally, all programs, courses, curricula, pedagogy across subjects, including those in class, online, and in audio modes, as well as student support, will aim to achieve global standards of quality. Because today's distance education process of cheap quality. So whether it is in class or online or ODL, they have to maintain the global standards. And Indian HAs will be faster to attain this call of global quality standards, attract greater number of international students, and achieve the goal of internationalization at home. We want international students to come to India. And India will be promoted as a global studies destination, providing premium education at affordable cost. So because, today India's charter for health is offered at an affordable cost. So many foreigners are coming. Similarly, they'll make the education quality-wise premium and at a lower cost. High-performing Indian states will be encouraged at the campus in other countries. Similarly, selected universities will be allowed to operate in India. Further, research collaboration and student exchanges between Indian institutions and global institutions will be promoted through special efforts. Credit acquisition for universities will be permitted where appropriate, as per the requirements of HIA, to be counted for the award of degree. Vibrant campus life for students will be ensured with special attention to rural students. Efforts will be made to incentivize the merit of students belonging to SC, ST, OBC and other socially economically developed groups. The National Scholarship Portal will be expanded to support, foster and track progress of these students. Private HCAs will be encouraged to offer free seats and scholarship to these students. Please note the most important factor: energized and capable faculty. The various factors that lie behind the low faculty motivation is in terms of teaching, research and service in HCAs will be what are factors that make the students have low motivation will be addressed, thereby ensuring each faculty member is happy, enthusiastic and engaged. Towards this end, basic infrastructure facilities in the HCA. Classroom will have access to latest educational technology. That's what Madam Rector was referring. That enables better learning experience. Teaching duties will not be excessive and student-teacher ratio will not be too high, so that there is enough time for teaching, interaction with students, research and faculty will be given the freedom to design their own curriculum, their own pedagogical approaches. Excellence will be further incentivized through appropriate rewards, promotions, recognitions, and movement into institutional leadership. While faculty not delivering on the basic norms will be held accountable. There is a fast-track promotion system for recognizing high-impact research and contribution. Excellent faculty with high academic and service credentials, as well as demonstrated leadership and management skills, will be identified early and trained through a ladder of leadership positions. Institute leaders will aim to create a culture of excellence that will motivate and incentivize outstanding and innovative teaching, research, and institutional service and community service. Please note, these two are important. Apart from teaching research, institutional service and community outreach from faculty members and all HCA leaders. Now, equity and inclusion in higher education, there are a number of measures whereby the socially economic research group will be taken to include system. If there's a time, I'll skip. And teacher education, please note, stringent action will be taken against substandard and deficient teacher education institutions and all single-stream teacher educations. In fact, I know many of the teacher education, they simply award BA degree. Even some of the students never visit the institution. All these education institutions will be closed once for all. And then institution will be converted into multi-disciplinary and integrated teacher education programs will be offered. All teacher education programs will be conducted within the composite multidisciplinary. All multi-disciplinary universities and colleges will aim to establish education departments, which besides carrying out cutting-edge research in education, will also run PED programs in collaboration with other departments. Please note that. Moreover, all standalone teacher education institutions will be required to convert to multi-disciplinary institutions by 2030, since they will have to offer a 4-year integrated teacher preparation program. The HCAs offering the 4-year integrated B.Ed may also run a 2-year B.Ed program for students who already received a bachelor degree in a specialism, and also be offered the candidates who received a 4-year undergraduate degree. For students who already received a bachelor degree in a specialism. Yeah. All fresh PhDs, please note, all fresh PhD interns, irrespective of the discipline, will be required to take credit-based courses in teaching, education. Please, no disturbance. All fresh PhD interns, irrespective of discipline, will be required to take credit-based courses in teaching, education, pedagogy, writing, related to their chosen peer subject, doctoral training period. But it's not, this is an important development. Exposure to pedagogical practices, designing curriculum, credible evaluation systems, communication, so on will be ensured. Since many research scholars will go on to become faculty or public representatives or communicators on their own. So every PhD student will have to have a course on pedagogy. This is an important development. The use of such as SEM and TICSA for online learning teachers will be engraved so that the standardized training programs can be administered to a large number of teachers within a short term. The National Mission for Mentoring shall be established with a large pool of outstanding senior retired faculty, including those who with the ability to teach in Indian language, who will be willing to provide a short and long-term support for this. In fact, I have been invited by NITR Chandigarh for this program. Reimagining vocational education. Friends, please note, it has been estimated that only less than 5% of Indian workforce in the age group of 1924 have received formal vocational education. Whereas the fact is, in countries such as USA, the number is 52%. In Germany, it is 70%. In South Korea, it is 98%. So these numbers only underline the urgency of the need to hasten the speed of vocational education in India. So this policy aims to integrate vocational education into a mainstream education in all education institutions in a phased manner. 25. At least 50% of learners through the school and higher education system shall have exposure to vocational education, for which a clear action programs and timelines will be developed. So, vocational courses will also be available to students in all the programs. The possibility of offering vocational education through ODM will also be explored. Focused area of vocational education will be chosen based on the skill gap analysis and mapping up of local opportunities. For this, the Ministry of Education, this is no longer MHRD, will constitute a national committee for integration of vocational education. Similarly, national skills qualification framework will be detailed further for each discipline, vocation, and profession. Well, friends, academic research in all fields through NEP, NRF will be done. Despite the critical importance of research and innovation investment in India is only 0.69% of GDP, compared to 2.8 in USA, 4.3 in Israel, 4.2 in India. Therefore, the funding for research must be enhanced. That's what this policy is. Remember that much of the very best research in the world has occurred mostly in multi-institute universities. So, this policy aims a comprehensive approach to transform the quality and quality of research in India. This includes definite shifts in school education, I already talked about. This includes career counseling in schools towards identifying student interest, talents, universities, multi-disciplinary nature of higher education, and emphasis of holistic. The includes of research and internship in undergraduate education. Faculty career management system that give due weightage to research and governance. All these are already we talked about. Well, friends, policy envisions the establishment of National Research Foundation, a unique one. The main goal of NRF will be enable the culture of research to permeate through all our universities. In particular, it will be provide a reliable base of merit-based but equitable peer-reviewed research funding, helping develop a culture of research in the country through suitable incentives and recognition for outstanding, please note, recognition for outstanding research by major initiatives to seed and grow research at state universities. In fact, I was emphasizing this in many conferences. and other public institutions where research capability is currently limited. The NERF will competitively fund research in all disciplines. That's very important because today there are many funding agencies for science, but less number of funding for social science. Now that will all be done away. All projects, be it irrespective of discipline, will be funded provided they are of quality. And the current institutions, DAE, ICAR, all this will continue to fund, but under the surveillance of NERF. Of course, these are the things the new national education research is supposed. Because of time is passing out, I'll just skip this. Please note, I'll have a few slides. Regulatory system. As per this policy, the regulatory system of higher education will ensure that 4 distinct functions. Number 2, accreditation. Number 3, funding. Number 4, academic standard setting. For the 4 different things, regulation, accreditation, funding, and academic standard setting, 4 independent verticals will be created. 4 organizations will be created under one umbrella, that is the Higher Education Commission of India. And the Higher Education, the first one is National Higher Education Regulatory Council for regulation. There is a single regulator, unlike UGC, single regulator, including teaching. There is no NCRT, etc. And excluding medical and legal. This is what I told you. End up to regulate a light but type and a facilitative manner, meaning that a few important matters, particularly financial problem. Here comes the private players. Good governance and the full online, offline, public self-disclosure of all finances. Please note, in NAC you have to display everything in the website. So public self-disclosure, audits, procedures, infrastructure, faculty, staff, education action, everything will be regulated by this. So regulation will be done by NHERC, National Higher Education Regulatory Council. Then Accreditation Council, already NAC is doing, now this renamed National Accreditation Council. Based upon, please note, this is one development. Institutional development plans that is developed by the institution in consulting with all the stakeholders. Then the grants will be taken out from UGC. There is separate Higher Education Grants Council, Higher Education Grants Council. The funding and finance of higher education based on transparent criteria, including institutional development plans prepared by the institutions and the progress made on their implementation, not only plan. The Higher Education Council will be entered with the disbursement of scholarships, development funds for launching new focus areas and expanding quality program offerings in the HEIs. The last one is the General Education Council. The General Education Council should frame expected learning outcomes. This talks about the quality of the programs offered for higher education. That is, whether the graduate aptitudes are there, whether that's being attained by the institution concerned. For this, a National Higher Education Qualification Framework will be formulated by the General Education Council, and it shall be in synchronization with the National School Qualification Framework to ease the integration of vocational education to higher education. Higher education qualification leading to a degree or diploma certificate shall be described by the NHEQF qualification framework in terms of such learning outcomes. In addition, the General Education shall set up facilitative norms for issues such as credit transfer, equivalence, etc. through the NHEQF. The GEC will be mandated to identify the specific skills that students must acquire during their academic programs of preparing a well-rounded learners with 21st century skills. Please note, that are existing will not be dismantled. They will continue to function, but they are function as professional standard setting bodies. They play a key role in higher education system and will be invited to be the members of the General Education Council to monitor the learning outcomes. The function of all four will be based on the transparent public discourse. Use technology extensively to reduce the human interface to ensure efficiency and transparency. The underlying principle will be that of a faceless and transparent regulatory intervention using technology. So technology will monitor everything. Strict compliance measures with stringent action if you are deviating from that, including penalties for false disclosure of a mandate information will be ensured. The Higher Education Council of India itself will be resolving disputes when there are disputes among these four verticals. And the Higher Education Council of India will be a small body, an independent body of eminent public-spirited experts in higher education, which will oversee and monitor the integrity and effective functioning of the Higher Education Council of India. To cut commercialization education, multiple mechanisms of checks and balances through technology. And all education should be held in a similar standards of audit and disclosure, not for profit. Some will have to plug back to the institution. There will be a transparent public disclosure of all these financial. The developed by NEP will provide a complementary check on this system. And the NHRD will take this accreditation as one of its regulatory objectives. Now, private HCAs, having philanthropic and public-spirited intent, will be engaged through progressive regime of fees determination. They can have their own fees, but transparent mechanism for fixing fees with an upper limit for different types of accreditation. Higher the accreditation they can have. This will empower the private HCAs to set fees for the programs independently, although within the laid out term. Please note that. Great offer free slips and scholarships in a big way. All fees and charges set to trade will be transparently and fully disclosed, and there shall be no arbitrary increases in these fees when the students are done. This fee decoration mechanism will ensure reasonable accountable cost while ensuring the HCAs to discharge their social obligations. Measures will be taken at all HCAs to ensure leadership of the highest quality. Please note, this is lacking today. And promote an institutional culture of health. Upon receiving the appropriate graded accreditations that deem the institution ready for such a move, a board of governors shall be established consisting of highly qualified, competent, and dedicated individuals. Highly qualified, competent, dedicated individuals having proven capabilities of commitment to the institution. Institution will be empowered to govern the institution free of any external influence, make all appointments, including that of the head of the institution, and take all decisions regarding governance. All leadership positions will be offered to persons with high academic qualification, demonstrated administrative and leadership capabilities, along with abilities to manage even complex situations. A selection can be carried out by the board of governors through a rigorous, impartial, merit-based, and competency-based process led by eminent expert committee constituted by the board of governors. Each institution will make a strategic institutional development plan on the basis of which institution will develop initiatives, assess their own progress, reach the goals set therein, which could then become the basis for further public funding. They be prepared with the joint participation of all the stakeholders. Preparation of proposals must involve education in the ethic and importance of the public purpose. Disciplining and education the discipline and educational practice. Say for a doctor, he should practice. For an engineer, he should practice. They must know the importance of public practice. Strong and innovative government initiatives for adult education, particularly facilitate community involvement, and the smooth and beneficial integration of technology will be effected with the aim of achieving 100% literacy. Aspect 20. An outstanding adult education curriculum framework will be developed by NCERT. Numeracy, basic education, vocational skills, and beyond. So friends, more HCIs, more programs in education will use mother tongue or local language as the medium of instruction and offer programs bilingually. Is access and general interpretation, and also to promote the strength, usage, and vibrancy of all Indian languages. India will also urgently expand its translation and interpretation efforts in order to make high-quality learning materials, written and spoken material, available to the public in various Indian and foreign languages. For this, an Indian Institute of Translation and Interpretation will be established. And technology will be used throughout, whether it is teaching, learning, curriculum development, student services, and they expect an autonomous body, National Education Technology Forum, will be created to provide a platform for free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning, assessment, planning, administration, etc. Okay, these are the various areas where technology usage will be. The final slide. This policy recommends strengthening and empowering the central education. Please note, this is the supreme body, which consists of Minister of Higher Education, Government of India, and all education. Because please note, education is the concurrent subject. This body is responsible for developing, articulating, evaluating, reversing the vision of education in the country on a continuous basis, in close collaboration with MHRD and corresponding actor body. It shall also create and continuously review the institutional framework that shall help to attain this education with excellence. That's important. This policy unequally enhances and envisions a substantial increase in public investment in education. The center and states will work together to increase the public education sector to reach 60% GDP at the earliest. In fact, I questioned it. Even from Potari Commission, they were saying 60%, but nothing has come. At least now they should do it. Otherwise, it's only a waste. It happened as the policy, any policy's effectiveness, this is what the whole discussion depends upon its implementation. Such implementation requires the multiple initiatives and actions taken by multiple bodies in a synchronized and systematic manner. Please note that. Therefore, the implementation policy will be led by various bodies, including MHRD, the CABE, union and state governments, education-related ministries, state departments of education, boards, national testing agency, the regulatory bodies, etc. There may be subjected implementation committees, I expect, in cooperation and consultation with other 11 ministries at both and state level, central and state level, to develop a detailed implementation plan for each aspect of this policy. Daily joint reviews of the progress of implementation of the policy will be conducted by designated teams constituted by MHRD and the states. And the reviews will be shared with CAB. And 20, 30, 40, the entire program will be in operation. I am sorry, I take more than 15 minutes of 1 hour, 1.5 hours started by Dr. Amudavalli, but I thought I had to give a complete overview of the education policy. Please note, it's only a policy, it has to be implemented, and so many steps are. Now the UGC is requesting all the universities to have a seminar on NEP so that at least for create an awareness what is policies, so that then they can start implementing. So thank you for giving the wonderful opportunity. I'm sorry I've taken more than 15 minutes of the allotted time. Thank you. Thank you. Any queries will be most welcome.
For your enlightened speech, and it was an excellent and elaborative presentation on NEP 2020. Now I request Ms. Shanti Sudha to share the queries of the participants from the chat box for clarification with resource person.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Shanti Sudha. I'm ready to read the questions. Yes, ma'am. I'm here. I'm ready to read the questions, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Sir, there was a question during the session by Dvipen Basu from West Bengal. What is competency? What are the relationships between competency and learning outcomes? How we can develop competency among the students? How we can make learning outcomes based questions, sir?
See, competency means the fundamentals of your discipline. See, one cannot know everything in his or her discipline. It is impossible. Let me tell you, my dear friends, I am a 78-year-old young boy. Every day morning I get up by 5 o'clock and start reading something new. In spite of my continuous and voracious reading, what I have learned is very little. Still I have to learn a lot. But I am competent in my domain knowledge, be it chemistry or whatever I talk about. That is, I am thorough in the fundamentals of my discipline. So a competent person is one who is thorough fundamentals of his discipline. With that fundamentals, he can extrapolate. So that's what I do. In fact, I told you I will talk about competency, confidence, creativity, one more thing. Yeah, congruent. See, confidence will come only when the person is competent. Only when he is thorough in the fundamentals, he will be having the confidence. Apart from that, he or she must have the communication skill. Apart from that, he or she should have the right kind of attitude for hard work. Again, they should have the right kind of aptitude to excel. So combine all the four: competence, communication, attitude to hard work, aptitude to excel. All the four put together will make a person confident. And then every teacher must be congruent, that is fit to the situation, adapt to the situation. Congruent. The fourth is creativity. Every classroom must be a center of creativity, whereby we make the student think and act intelligent questions. And in fact, we should make them a smart student. So once you have, when the teachers are endowed with competence, confidence, congruence, and creativity, and the students will imbibe the same. When the students are imbibing the same, they will automatically get a job. That's what I visualize. Thank you. Thank you. Hello?
Thank you, sir. So
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the next question. There are
Please.
no questions yet, sir.
Sudha, any more questions?
No,
Now,
ma'am.
he has asked a question. 1 minute. How we can develop competency among the students? Explain, make them understand. Automatically, they become competent. That's all.
Ma'am, there are no questions yet, ma'am.
Okay, then thank you, Sudha.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying the doubts of the participants. Now I request Prasuna, Dr. Prasuna, to propose vote of thanks for the Professor S. Subramaniam, sir. Prasuna, over to you.
Yes. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jamuna ma'am, Rector Professor Sandhya Rani ma'am, Sir Registrar Mamata ma'am, distinguished dignitaries, and today's eminent speaker, Sivasubramaniam sir, the coordinator of this program, Professor T.G. Amudavalli ma'am, and all the participants, a very good morning to all. On behalf of Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, I take this opportunity to thank our university authorities for their constant encouragement and support in conducting this two-day national webinar on National Education Policy 2020, Challenges Ahead, its implementation. Our sincere and heartfelt thanks to Professor Sivasubramaniam sir, former Vice Chancellor of Bharatiya and Nurul Islam Universities, for his acceptance and consent to be the keynote speaker of this first session of today's program and presented on National Education Policy 2020, a paradigm shift in education. So we are very fortunate, sir. So for your presence in our midst, virtually in our midst with us, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We are very grateful to you, sir, for your an insightful, comprehensive, and elaborative presentation on National Education Policy 2020 and enlightened us on various aspects of the paradigm shift in the new education policy. Sir has emphasized, I'm not going to mention all the points. Sir has explained us very well with his experience, with his vast experience and in-depth knowledge. I would like to mention a few points, the key points like the importance of the innovation and integration of technology and the conceptual understanding of the students with multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary approaches for holistic education. And sir also has mentioned and emphasized on the inclusive education and equitable quality of education to promote the continuous opportunities and for recognition, identification and fostering of unique abilities among the students. And sir also has explained, very well explained and mentioned about the importance of the digital intelligence apart from the social, emotional, moral and cognitive intelligence. Sir has explained very well about more and more, very well explained, very elaboratively and extensively. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, sir. I also thank the coordinator of today's program, Professor T.G. Amudavalli ma'am, for giving me this opportunity, ma'am. And I also thank all the participants for your patient listening. Now I request our colleague, Dr. N. Anuradha, for introduction of the second session, resource person of second session, Professor S. Senthilnathan, sir. Over to you, Dr. Anuradha. పేపర్ వైపు చూడకుండా వీడియో చూసే చెప్తాను.
Good morning, everyone.
Dr. S. Sendilnathan Garu, Director, in charge, UGC Human Resource Development Center, and Professor, Department of Education Technology, Bharathidasan University, Tirupalli, Tamil Nadu, India. Task areas of interest and specialization are education technology, ICT in education, e-learning, educational multimedia, e-content development, English language learning. Key achievements of Sendilnathan Garu. Sir contributed as a member of the working group to the successful completion of UNESCO's assignment on learning to learn English with information and communication as a consultant, the Commonwealth of Learning in Youth and Distance Development in Bangladesh, as a board Resource Center, Madurai University. Sir served as a member, state level subcommittee on education and framework 5. Sir serving as a member in the expert committee of Bharathidasan, Anna, Madurai Kamaraj, Tamil and Tamil Nadu Teachers Education, Teresa and Cali Universities, and National Council for Teacher Education. Serving as an expert, National Resource Center, Department of Education, Central University of Kerala. Sir serving as an external member, the Advisory Committee of the School of Education under the Pandit Madan Mohan Malavya National Mission on Teachers and Teacher Training, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. Sir organized and facilitated capacity building development programs on e-content development to education teachers and coordinated the production of hundreds of e-modules on a variety of topics. Sir organized and facilitated a number of faculty development programs on application for facilitating learning to higher education teachers, involving hands-on training in using web and Google Cloud applications for education. Sir delivered invented lectures in faculty development programs, orientation programs, refresher courses to the teachers of higher education all over South India. Sir research into various technology, ICT in education, e-learning, media-based education and English language teaching at MEd, MPhil and PhD levels. Sir guiding PhD 6, Sir guiding MPhil University of Calicut and in English at PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, in English at Nehru Memorial College, Tiruchirappalli. Sir serving as a member of editorial boards of national and international journals, both online and print, on education, teacher education and English language teaching. Some of the journals are International Journal of Education in Education, International Journal of Teacher Education Research Reflect Edition. Publications and research and popular articles on various dimensions, books on technology-enabled learning, journals and education. Some print papers invented lectures in international conferences, seminars, symposia, and on Singapore, Malaysia, and Bangladesh. Sir, I request you to take over the platform for the deliberation. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Anuradha. Can you just tell me whether my audio is clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's fine, right? So, most esteemed Professor Subramanian sir, respected Professor and Head Dr. Padmavati Madam, distinguished faculty members of the Faculty of Education, Shri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, most importantly, the bread and butter of such programs, the distinguished participants from different institutions. A very pleasant afternoon to all of you. In fact, we have had a very thorough, comprehensive session by Professor Subramanian sir. In fact, he was mentioning also, I was thinking that I should mention, but he was mentioning he's a 78-year-old young man, right? Keeping himself updated on the various dimensions, aspects of education in our country. 3 terms Vice Chancellor, and very comprehensively is presented to you. I was also very much listening to the whole session. The different aspects of the National Education Policy 2020. So what I plan to do in this particular session is to focus on the techno-pedagogical aspects of it. And that is actually an outcome of the discussion that I had with Dr. Padmavati Madam, and I am very happy to represent Bharathidasan University's Department of Educational Technology. Yes, for we as a Department of Education Technology have the distinction of being the first Department of Education Technology in the country. So we have been doing some pioneering work in helping teachers integrate different technologies into teaching and learning, of course, at all levels, across disciplines. And though this is not a very happy time, you know, this is a pandemic time, and the lockdown has held all of us indoors. And no doubt there is a lot of anxiety that goes with this issues related to the health as well as economic issues related to COVID-19. But however, as an educational technology person, I am very happy that the pandemic has in a way necessitated all teachers across the country to extensively integrate technology into their classroom teaching. Where right from kindergarten to university education, today it's happening all through online portals. And we know your Google Meet, Jitsi, your video conferencing tools, Zoom, and every other platform is coming up in a big way. In fact, beta versions of other platforms are also there. Maybe we are going to have a few more in the days to come. So in this context, what I plan to do in this 1 hour plus 10-minute session or so, because I've requested Dr. Padmavati Madam that I may go up to 1 hour 110, and she has been magnanimously accepting that. So I will be touching upon the implementation part of NEP from the point of view of only one perspective, that is techno-pedagogical perspectives. So with this, let me go to the presentation. And as already you have been doing, you can have the questions by the participants for which can be taken up in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Right? Can any one of the organizers tell me whether my screen is shared properly? Dr. Anuradha or Sirisha, can you unmute and tell me? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's fine. Right? You can mute your mic. So now. As I told you, this national education policy from the point of view of techno-pedagogical perspectives. See, when we look at a policy framework from the implementation point of view, and implementation has several dimensions. Implementation is not a unipolar idea. It has several dimensions, several layers, and several implications. So this is going to focus only on this techno-pedagogical perspectives. And when we talk about technology pedagogy integration, the focus here is more on this particular thing. That is, how do we make the learning process more interactive, more participatory, more engaging, more involving, more meaningful, more joyful with technologies which are readily available. So I'm not going to talk about any technologies which are beyond your reach as a teacher of a college or a college of education or a school. And so we are going to focus only on those technologies which are readily available. And more importantly, those technologies which are available to us 24/7 without any cost, right? The so-called open educational resources, right? The open here in the context of OER, open educational resources, stands for what is offered free of cost. Have you paid any money for your WhatsApp? Have you paid any money for your Google account? You can make use of Google Class, Google Drive, Google Docs, Google Slides, Google Forms, Google Meet, right? Google Jazz, right? Or Jamboard, right? All these things you are making use of on a Google Cloud platform, for which you have not paid any money. Okay? So that's what I'm going to focus on. But you see, this is more important. Learning becoming more interactive with technologies. Learning becoming more participatory, more engaging, right? More involving, more meaningful, more joyful with technologies. See, interactivity is very important. See, in the case of even in the classroom teaching, when you get into a classroom with 40 students for a 1-hour session, the job expected of you is that you will interact with 40 minds. We as a teacher don't go to the class with a view to talking to human bodies, right? Our job is to interact with human minds, because what we have in front of you is 45 young, dynamic, alert minds. And as teachers, we are supposed to be interactive with them. And then participation. I hope all of you are participating in this webinar. Okay? You are not attending it, because attending is something different. Participation is something different. Participation has involvement, right? And participation results in some take-home values, right? You listen to Professor Sir, and there is so much that you are going to take home from this two-day event. So participation, right? And do we always get every boy, every girl participate in the process of learning? Right? That's a question. Then engagement. And Professor also was using this word, because it is there in the National Education Policy, many places, right? So how the learning process, how to keep the students engaged, minds. Okay? And in fact, young teachers should not mistake any other engagement. And of course, older teachers will not recall that, right? Okay, just for the fun of it. Engagement here refers to keeping human faculties engaged, human mind engaged. You see, it is not everybody's cup of tea. You see, to keep a human mind engaged. See, from morning 9:30 onwards, Professor Sushamni sir could get all the 100 people's minds engaged, right? Because the content, right? The delivery, right? Similarly, right? Keeping the students' minds, especially the adolescent students, right? The young students' minds engaged. The engagement is a key concept here. That is why the government of India has embarked upon very massive missions like National Mission on Education through Information and Communication Technologies, NMEICT, where there is so much of money is being pumped into converting, right, educational environments into digital learning environments, right? Converting the entire country's education system into a digital education system, thanks to the fact that it is a priority area under Digital India Initiative. You may not believe if I tell you that as of now today, even before starting to implement the NEP, right, already our country's education system, especially the digital education system, stands with somewhere 60 to 65,000 crores of money already allotted for it. So why? Right? Why so much of multimedia content creation, video content creation, right? Video-based courses on NPTEL, right? And multimedia-based courses on SWAYAM portal. Because you see, multimedia, audio-video combinations are capable of having human minds engaged. Okay? So it is that point I would like to present to you. In fact, Professor also had this in the slide. The Educational Policy 2020 assumes greater significance because it's being the first educational policy of the 21st century. Please understand, this 2021 is not just a number. It's a very big concept. 21st century is getting tagged with plenty of things like 21st century industry, 21st century medical practices, 21st century agricultural practices, and 21st century educational environments, everywhere, 21st century banking practices. Things are changing. And this 21st century models of business, agriculture, medicine, corporate world, all these things, have been in discussion for many years. You may not believe if I tell you, some of the African countries started redesigning their pedagogies into 21st century models 10 years before. Right? And we are coming out with an educational policy which is going to have long-ranging implications at least for another 30 years, right? And in terms of the real practice. But you see the products who come out of this education systems in the next 3 decades, 2 decades, and they are going to impact the world for another 50 years, 60 years, right? So very long-ranging implications, because an education, if an educational policy of a nation, especially a nation like India, it means something very big, because it is going to provide a roadmap to the educational systems of our country for at least 2.5 decades, 3 decades. And the products of this 2.5 days, 3 decade educational environments are going to make a lot of difference in the industries, corporate worlds for at least 50 years, 60 years. So this document has to be taken as a high value document, right? That is what is my point here. And you see the foundational pillars of NEP 2020 is access, equity and quality, affordability and accountability. In fact, the first 3, access, equity and quality, they have been under discussion, they have been in focus for quite some time. If you go back to 1948, university grants, the UGC, University Education Commission, these 3 words are there: access, equity and quality. Indian education system should gear up to meet these demands, these problems. Access, our sir was giving data about GER in higher education. Access is still a big problem here. And equality of chances, equality of educational opportunities, equity, right, is another big thing. Why these things are big issues even today, right? Even after so many years, so many decades, they continue to be perennial problems, is because a country like India, is a country of diversity, right? And we have a very high imbalances in socio-political, economic, cultural lives of human beings. And we have some institutions where every classroom is a smart classroom, and we have some institutions where there is no classroom in the institution at all, right? Classes are conducted under the shade of a tree, right? So such high imbalances, right, lead to this type of perennial issues like access, equity, right? Even today, yesterday's the Times of India carried a snapshot of the ACER report, the annual school education report. It says till now about 13% of the students do not have access to textbooks. Right? Okay. So you see the disparity here. Right? And in this context, quality, when the quantity is high, right, the quantity is big, then eventually the one that gets affected is quality. Right? You see, but can we afford to lose quality because there is a big number? For instance, in the case of Tamil Nadu, right? Once somewhere around before this privatization started, we had only 7 engineering colleges in the country, in the entire state. Sorry, not the country. Now we have 500 plus, because from 7 to 500 we have expanded. So can we bring down the quality here? That cannot happen. So the same quality, same high quality education has to go in all the 500 plus engineering colleges. Right? So that is where the technology comes into play. Right? That is where I think technology has the potential to provide the same quality learning opportunities to a larger number of students. See, go back to pre-EduSat period. There was a satellite the government of India launched by name EduSat, exclusively for education. Before that, there were countrywide classrooms conducted, video lessons, tele-lectures were given through television channels. Doordarshan was the only channel available. So government of India's education, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Human Resource Development depended on Doordarshan, and Doordarshan gave some odd times. Right? So countrywide classrooms were conducted. So maybe a professor of economics sitting in JNU, maybe he's very good in that area. His lecture will be there, but one particular time, half an hour or 25 minutes, and the entire country it will be telecast rather. Okay? So any student is sitting in any remote village college can listen to the same quality learning lecture that is given by JNU professor. So that is what is the idea here. And then you see the affordability. Right? So another big factor is the cost. The cost involved in all these things. Right? There is again, it is directly linked to the economic status of a country, and it is directly linked to the social stratification status of people. Right? The per capita income and other things. Right? The most important, last part is accountability. Accountability on the part of institutions, accountability on the part of policymakers, accountability on the part of the teachers, the implementing agents, and accountability on the part of the beneficiaries also. when we talk about the fundamental rights, there are also fundamental duties, right? So on the part of the learners also, on the part of the parents also. Professor was making a mention, please make a point that you see, it is this policy includes parents also in it, right? Okay. So the most key point of NEP is to convert the educational system into student-centric educational models, learner-centric practices, right? Learner-centric. And how do we mean by what do we mean by student-centric, learner-centric, right? And even today, right, most of the occasions, right, education remains in many countries, right, a teacher-centered models, in the sense that it is the teacher who decides. It is the teacher or the group of teachers, they decide many things related to their education. See, education is theirs, but decision is ours. Okay, board of studies, who goes there and sits, and who decides what paper should go in this semester, next semester, which paper should go as a theory paper, which paper should go as a practical paper. Right, all decisions are ours. Okay, but education is theirs. Okay, and that is the big gap here, right? And you see, the long-term goal of NEP is that the entire country's education should be student-centric, right? Student controlled, right, and student-friendly, right? The 3 A's that it promotes is any student of the country from anywhere, anytime should have the opportunities for learning. Whether it is 9 to 3 or 10 to 4, it doesn't matter. Whether it is institution or geographically restricted learning, right? It is not going to be the case, right? Anytime, anywhere learning. Right? You see, today, your banks are giving you the opportunity. Your banks are telling you, you invest in our bank or you create account in our bank, we provide anytime, anywhere banking. The very same digital technologies, information and communication technologies are going to be extensively pumped into the education system, and it is ultimately going to result in what is called as this anytime, anywhere learning environment. Learning on the go. Today, you see, the railway stations give a very high-powered internet, high-speed internet connectivity. So a student should be given an opportunity, right, when he or she waits on the platform of a railway station, that he should be in a position to take up a module, right, and he should be given the opportunity to submit an assignment, right, with his mobile device. Okay, it is that type of a vision is there behind the use of technology. Right? It is that I would like to highlight. See, this again, Professor was making use of throwing light on this. So this is the large 3 sections, the big sections it has, right? And I am going to focus more on the section 3, right? And here I have to tell you the other key area of focus and making it happen. They are not restricted to school education or higher education. Section 3 and 4 have an overarching implications for school education, higher education, vocational education, medical education, legal education, and all these things. So when I talk about technology use and integration, they have deeper implications for all educations at different levels, whether it is school education or higher education or thematic educational structures like agriculture education, medical education, legal education, vocational education, engineering education. It doesn't differentiate. Technology use and integration has equal opportunities and equal implications for all this. Okay, so coming down to the specific section, section 3 and the subsection 23, which is all about technology use and integration. Here also, they have made use of, the policymakers have made use of 2 words here, use and integration. See, using technology is one thing, and integrating technology into education is different. Please understand. See, when you go to a classroom and you have the facility of an LCD projector, and there is a laptop or a desktop PC, you take your PPT, PowerPoint slides, right, transfer the file to the system, and then project it and conduct a class. Since it's a big class, maybe you wanted to show some animations and other things, right? So this is use of technology. Okay, and integrating technology is much more than this. Okay, integration of technology here it works with a wide spectrum of technologies available here. Right? So let it be web technologies, internet technologies, mobile technologies, multimedia technologies, audio video technologies, right? Satellite communication technologies. All these things have to be woven into the process of education. Okay, and calling for application, scrutiny of applications, admissions, orientation, right, and delivery of lessons, interaction with the teachers, right, and interaction with the institutions. And it's all linked, right? You see, through an institutional management system and through a learning management system like Moodle or Brahaspati, right? In such platforms, an educational environment that works on a virtual learning system like Moodle will be an integrated learning portal, right? So integrate multimedia technologies, mobile technologies, text, audio, video, right? And the student listens to lectures, the student watches videos, and parallelly he or she takes part in a discussion forum. And this is the way different technologies are woven into the different processes involved in the teaching, learning, and evaluation systems. And that is where integration, a higher order thing, will come here. Right? So subsection 23 of section 3, technology use and integration, there are important features that it talks about, right? One is bringing the digital learning under the priority areas of Digital India initiatives. I'm not going deep into it. Digital India initiatives, I think most of us know today. Otherwise, please go to the Ministry of Electronics and Communications web portal, or just give on Google search Digital India initiatives, or DII. You are going to see the lot of initiatives the ministry has embarked upon, and what it is, what it means, right from documenting digitizing the land documents, digitizing your home document, house document, to that of sending a mobile based short message service, right, for purchasing something in your public distribution system. So when you go to buy something in your ration shop, right, somebody is taking your card, ration card, right? It's a digital card, that green colored card that we have been given. It's a microchip enabled card. So you give it to a ration shop and you buy 4 kilograms of wheat or 2 liters of kerosene, right? Immediately you get a message on your mobile phone that your PDS card was used for purchasing this, right? So starting from that to this, it's all Digital India initiatives. So NEP 2020 is going to intensify digital learning's priority, right, under Digital India initiatives, right? And you see, NEP envisions a kind of a bi-directional relationship between education and technology. That is, education is going to contribute enormously to technology development, and in the same way, technology is going to contribute enormously to development of education. So it's a kind of a symbiotic relationship, right? Okay? It's a kind of a bi-directional relationship, right? So that is what is very important. And you see, and widespread integration of technology into educational environments of the country are going to focus on this particular question: what students learn versus how students learn. See, what students learn, the curriculum framework is there. The Board of Studies take care of that, and the academic councils take care of that. Okay, and the curriculum framework and all these MOUs, right, and having international benchmarking for curriculum development, those things decide upon it. See, for instance, there is so many organizations work upon what students learn, what students should learn, on the other hand, right, to equip themselves with the necessary 21st century skills, and to enable themselves as employable potential candidates in the industry. Right? Even FICCI has come out with an organization like FICCI, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce of India, has come out with a beautiful document, Vision 2030 for Indian higher education. There they talk elaborately about it. But you see, the technology-enabled learning initiatives, TEL initiatives, are going to focus on this particular question: how students learn. Okay, that's what is going to see today. The same things we are teaching, what we were teaching prior to this pandemic, right? Mid-March, the pandemic came in a big way. And what we had been doing the previous semester, we are also doing it now, right? But how students learn is different today, right? They are not in a face-to-face mode situation. They are not in a conventional classroom situation. And we are also not in a conventional mode of business. It is not face-to-face mode for the teacher today. It is face-to-screen mode. Right now, I'm speaking to a screen. Of course, through the webcam, I'm reaching out to all of you. That's different, right? So how students learn are undergoing radical changes here. And you see, new technologies that are going to make a lot of differences in the days to come are artificial intelligence, machine learning, handheld computing devices, adaptive tools, right? Text to voice, voice to text, right? Plenty other adaptive tools. and educational software and hardware. These are all going to matter a lot in the days to come. I'm just going to I'm just giving you the gist of this section 20, subsection 23 now. I will elaborately discuss this in the due course of my presentation. Okay? And NEP 2020 gives priority to a creation of a National Educational Alliance for Technology. Professor was also making a mention of it. Right? It's going to be called as NEET, not that NEET, N-E-E-T. This is N-E-A-T, National Educational Alliance for Technology. Right? Now, a national level body to promote educational technology among teachers, students, and parents. Okay. So this is something a great fillip. It is which is going to be of great relevance to 21st century education, which is going to be of great relevance to digital educational environments, because what technologies reach the urban rich, okay, and do not reach the rural poor. Okay. So a national level body to have some frameworks, a kind of a policy and note, and have a clear approach paper to ensure that technologies reach out to the last student in the last village of the country. Right? So a national level initiative is very prominent there. And you see, development of educational software based education, whether it is even up to whether learning management systems, whether it is open platforms like Moodle or Brahaspati. Even already, see, Moodle is a private player's free software. Government of India also has developed a platform like Brahaspati. IIT Kharagpur, Kanpur work together, and they've created Brahaspati, a free LMS, learning management system. Like that, plenty of educational software for handling lessons, for planning lessons, for institutional management, for handling student applications, for counseling, right, for lessons, for lesson transaction, for testing, right, for doing analytics of the students' performance. Like that, plenty of educational software. And you see, most important focal point here is the next one, that is creation of e-contents for students' learning and teachers' professional development. You see, launching a satellite, creating a learning management system, and installing a learning management system in a college portal, right, and linking all institutions are creating a national knowledge network, right? All these are there in the agenda. All these things are okay, fine, right? It is all creating the necessary infrastructure, ICT infrastructure for it, right? But you see, if you want to promote students' online learning, if you want to emphasize upon the practice of online pedagogies, right? You see, the teachers' professional development is important, and students' learning through e-contents are important. See, e-contents are the bread and butter of all these e-learning initiatives. See, I will always say this example in any training program. See, creating a portal and creating a blog, creating a menu for all sharing of resources. All these things are like creating a beautiful dining table. Okay, you prepare a beautiful dining table, and the best linen you put it over, and you arrange for the best quality glassware, all the best European porcelain plates, everything you arrange. Okay? And maybe silver spoons, flower decoration, everything is done. And all these things will miserably fail if there is no good food to serve on it, because the dinner will be a flop if there is no good food to serve on. Tasty, quality, good food on it. So like that, we need contents, e-modules, e-contents, right? Contents in the form of educational multimedia, right? Good quality content, culturally relevant content, very important, right? You cannot simply download any file from YouTube and play it here, because the contents developed by an American professor, right? An example given by a professor in the University of some university in the United States of America may not be relevant to Indian students. That is why I say culturally relevant content creation is important, right? And in fact, right now, right, the government of India has embarked upon another plan, that is repurposing the contents already available in English in local languages, vernaculars, right, Indian languages, right? Because maybe in the due course of the time, we will have a portal, right, from KG to PG, like Swayam or Sakshat, right, a portal where, every student will have a very rich quality learning contents. If there is a BSc physics student, right, learning electromagnetic theory, right, the content will be available, right, and, it will be available in English. And if the student clicks on that drop down menu, the same video, animation, graphics will be there, but you see the explanation will be available in Telugu or Malayalam or Hindi or Oriya. Okay? So the student can choose Telugu, and the same high quality multimedia content with rich animation multimedia content will go, and you see instead of English, a Telugu voiceover will be there in the audio line. So the student will not have the problem of understanding the content because he or she lacks the language skills of English. Okay. Then you see the next agenda is the infrastructure creation in all institutions for promoting multimedia based learning by creating visual classrooms, necessary infrastructure, at least for every department in higher education institutions, right? A kind of a visual classroom, a digital classroom or a smart classroom, at least one per department, right? So that the contents that have been developed, the video lessons that have been developed will be optimally utilized for promoting multimedia based learning. And you see use of NLP, natural language processing, for India's diverse languages. Because you see vernacular computing, that is Tamil computing or Telugu computing or Hindi computing, right? That has been on at the back end for some time. Because you see, because of the simple reason that most of the software companies, most of the service providers are from United States of America or such developed nations. They have been working with English as a primary language, but here we are going to have all our indigenous work that will go in the Indian languages, right? And the next priority area is the National Research Foundation, which is going to be yet another new body, right, under HECI, right, the Higher Education Council of India. He will be focusing on promoting research in universities on disruptive technologies which are disrupting the processes. Okay, that's why all these technologies are called as disruptive technologies, right? See, it is going to do research, because a very important thing is, see, now we are all compelled to go with online learning, right? Online teaching. So some of us are using Microsoft Teams, some of us are using Zoom platform, some of us are using Google Cloud's meeting platform, like that. No, maybe in another couple of months, you're right, some research have to be conducted as to how effective they have been. Of course, no doubt, this is a kind of a condition where we have no other option. But still, at least we should do some research as to find out how students have been learning, how they have been responding to this, and how do they compare these experiences with classroom experiences, right? And what are the other psychosocial aspects of this online learning. So universities have to do such researches, right, in that way. And you see dissemination of courses, right, on SWAYAM. SWAYAM is a big pride of our country, as all of us know. Now, some of you may be SWAYAM coordinators, SWAYAM mentors in your institutions, right? It is one of the greatest achievements the government of India has done in the recent past, right? An indigenously developed MOOC platform for Indian students by Indian teachers, right? Which many of the developing countries have not even started thinking about, I will say, right? Most of these, many of the countries around us, developing countries, could not think in this direction at all, whereas we have, right, already launched, and we have some 2,000 plus courses online. The mission is to increase these courses at least to 10,000 courses at the earliest mode. Now the government of India has come up with an expression of interest. It is called for an expression of interest. Any higher education teacher, any vocational stream, medical, agriculture teacher here, including the school teachers, you can submit proposals to launch courses, massive open online courses on SWAYAM portal, credit transfer based courses, right? You can do that, right? And the last one, the most important part, is building the e-competencies of teachers through training and retraining. Unfortunately, all teachers are not equally trained to handle all these technology enabled learning initiatives. See, this lockdown 2.0, 3.0, see, when the government started mulling, thinking about starting classes online, there are many things started, many discussions erupted at that time. And you see, one of the discussions was that, what happens if if teachers are not capable of handling classes online? If teachers are not willing, what to do? Of course, in a governmental system, nothing can be done. Training and retraining only is the way out. Okay? But I know very many private institutions, right? They said, you see, we are inviting you this year, already 3-4 months are over. Okay, from again July onwards, we are starting our online classes for our students. So those teachers who are capable of handling classes online, all the software, right, doing this work online, monitoring attendance, grid view attendance, all these things, right, and doing e-correction of the presentations and the papers they are going to do, and you are most welcome. Those teachers who are not willing for this and those teachers who are incapable of doing these things, stay home, stay healthy. Next academic year, if we get back to normalcy and face-to-face mode education start, we will call you, right? So that is the kind of situation that came up, right? We all know that, right? There is no hide and seek in this particular aspect, right? Okay. And so this is, these are the important things. Section 3, subsection 23 talks elaborately about technology use and integration. So with this background, let me move to the various aspects of this technology mediated, technology integrated, and the educational environment, right? See, this focus, this NEP repeatedly talks about 21st century skills, and it speaks elaborately about 21st century educational environments equipping. I request the participants to keep their mics muted. I think a couple of mics are on. There is some disturbance here. I request the coordinators also to look into it. So I'll just continue. Right, the 21st century skills and 21st century curriculum transaction, 21st century curriculum practices, getting the students ready for 21st century jobs. Right? These are all the discussions there. And by the way, these are all the expressions that go with the word, with the 21st century. We call this 21st century as a computer age. We call this as an information age. Why computer age? Because it's all computers everywhere. In one form or the other, see right now there is a 90 plus, 98, 99, 100, sometimes you are there. Every one of you is sitting with a laptop or a desktop or a mobile system. So computers are there in every one form or the other. Your mobile phones, smartphones are much more than computers. Right? And why is it an information age? Because this is a world literally flooded with information. 24/7 information is flowing, right, uninterrupted. Okay, and the volume of information flowing in the world is so huge, and the speed at which information is flowing into the different corners of the world is so high. Okay? And that has deep implications for our educational environments also. And we call this 21st century as a knowledge age or knowledge era. Why? Because knowledge is of greater importance here, and knowledge workers, knowledge society, knowledge economy. These are all the terms that go with knowledge age education. And we also call this 21st century as a digital age. And what is so digital about it? Okay, all these things, all these technology platforms, right? Take the case of your mobile phone. When a call comes, right, you swipe right, green, or swipe left, red, to accept or reject a call. Okay, it's all binary, right? The zeros and ones. Okay, so digital is all about zeros and ones, the binary. And I'm sure, right, there are a couple of friends from languages. Maybe, basically, I am a professor of English, so I would not say that digital is all about numbers. Digital is much more than that. The word digital comes from a Greek word. Can Dr. Anuradha, can you just mute some of the mics that are on? Can you mute? Yeah, there is some other mics are on.
Sir, I'm audible, sir.
Yeah, you are audible, madam, but some more mics are on. I think there is a lot of disturbance here. I think professor's mic is also on. Yeah, he is muted. Yeah, let me go. Right. So my screen is shared, Dr. Anuradha?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's fine. Right? So the word digital takes its origin from a Greek word digitus, which means fingertips. So any of these technologies which you get the benefits, which you manipulate with the help of your fingertips, they become digital. So you see, that is, it's not that the one is right, the other is wrong. Both are right here. And these digital technologies, when integrated into education, they have some deeper implications for exploration. And I would appeal to you to read a very beautiful document available in the form of a report a report of a project by name Project Tomorrow. Of course, it's 9 years old, but it's a very beautiful document which elaborately talks about the 3 E's of the digital age education. How technologies can enable the learners, how technologies can engage the learners, and how even the students of the rural areas, socially disadvantaged communities, they can be empowered. Okay? It's a beautiful document, and of course, National Education Policy also has taken a lot of ideas with regard to technology use and integration from such documents. Right? I would appeal to you to go to the web. It's available for free download. You can read it. I just will be happy if the participants go through this particular screen, this particular quote. Right? It's about it is just, you can simply go through as quickly as possible. I just don't want to read right, the words on the slide. It is available to you. You can read it yourself. Okay? This is just a quote of a person by name Samuel May, made in 1855, about an experience in 1813. Okay, how they had. So how they went to a school, maybe some training program in Boston, and when they entered the hall, the training room, the classroom, how they were a little surprised to see a black colored board hanging on the wall, and you see there are some white pieces, right, of chalk. They didn't know what it was meant for, and they saw some cloth, right, hanging at both sides for wiping the board. A black board, white chalk, and a dusting cloth. They didn't know what all this all about, because for the first time they saw. So this is the way the blackboard white chalk model, the chalk and talk model of education came in. This is the way the blackboard came into the classroom. When did it happen? Way back in 1813. So 200 plus years, 207 years plus gone. And I'm not against the use of blackboards. I strongly believe in the power of a blackboard inside a classroom, especially in the Indian education system, provided the teachers know how to handle it effectively. At the same time, all that I want to communicate, tell you is that NEP expects that the teachers of our country have to move beyond this blackboard. That is what is the idea here. Why moving beyond this blackboard? It is because all these technologies are integrated deeply into the educational environments that is envisaged by this NEP 2020. The education that is going to be in place after 5 years, 10 years is going to have all these technologies and much more technologies that are going to be developed in the due course. We may not know, right? In the due course, they also will be integrated. Okay? Please understand. Starting from FM radio, in a very remote village, deeply located in Assam, right? In deep valleys of Assam, right? Internet connectivity may not go, right? Whereas FM radio signals will go. That is why FM radio will continue. It's not that one technology will pave way for the exit of another technology. All technologies will coexist. Okay, that's it, right? And when television came, radio was put to the back seat, no doubt. But once again, FM radios are back into our mobile phones, right? We keep listening to songs, that's it, right? So all these technologies, I have put a couple of things in red color here: massive open online courses, open educational resources, educational cloud, Web 2.0, mobile apps, AI, VR, AR tools, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality tools, and intelligent learning systems. They are all going to be real red alerts for all of us. Why I have put in red is because any teacher, right, whether you teach any subject, it doesn't matter, irrespective of the subject you handle. Whether you teach Tamil language and literature, or Telugu language and literature, right, or whether Sanskrit or English or physics or sociology, economics, right? Sir, I am a teacher of economics. I have nothing to do with technology. Nothing. You can never say that. All these technologies have something to do with the teaching of all these subjects. Okay. So open educational resources. I was mentioning earlier the free resources, no payment, fair use resources available. So much are available here already. So much open education today is a big movement across the world, and India is one of the countries which is a forerunner in the use of open education content, not only the use but also creation and hosting of OER and educational cloud. Right now, all of us are connected on a cloud. See, you have all logged in from your Google accounts. I have logged in from my G Suite account, right? And Google Meet, that app is functioning from the Google Cloud. Okay? And it is getting stored there. The recording is getting stored there. And after the session is over, it is going to come to the the email of Professor Ramadavali Madam. Then she will extract the file from the drive of her email. Okay? And Web 2.0, the second generation web technologies. Right? What we are experiencing today is second generation web technology. Don't bother much about Web 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, which already is coming up in a big way. See, these are all technical terms. If you know the difference between Web 1 and 2, it is good. Otherwise, very good. Don't bother. Okay. So whatever web you are experiencing today is second generation web, and Web 3 comes, you will experience Web 3.0. That's all. Okay. That's where we stop. See, for instance, we know how to work with WhatsApp. How to send messages, receive messages, share our views, ideas, emotions, right? All these things on WhatsApp. But we may not know the technicalities of WhatsApp, right? Okay. So let us not bother about it. It is the use that matters, right? Okay. And mobile apps, no, they're coming up in a very big way. We know very well. You know, if you are not very clear about it, ask your son or daughter in school, right? They will know much more about much more mobile apps. Mobile apps for learning English, learning grammar, a mobile app for learning mathematics, a mobile app for learning science, right? Plenty other mobile apps are available. I don't talk about the business mobile apps like Byju's, right? Where you have to pay 20,000 rupees, 12,000 rupees like that, right? But mobile Byju's also gives some content, open content, free content, right? And there are a number of open source mobile apps available for facilitating learning, testing, right? Evaluation, plenty other things, right? And AI, VR, AR tools in this fourth industrial revolution period, this artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, these are going to make a big difference. And the integration of AI, VR, AR tools are going to result in a very, very highly sophisticated model of e-learning, like intelligent learning environments. Learning environments themselves will be intelligent enough to take care of the students' diverse needs. I hope you understand what I mean. Imagine if there are 4 students learning mathematics, algebra of 8th standard level. Every student will have a different lesson, different explanation, different example, and different exercise, depending on the type of the learner, depending on the particular learner's previous knowledge, and depending on the particular learner's learning capacity, which you and I cannot do. We know when we go to a classroom, 40 students are there. They come from 40 different parental backgrounds. They come from 40 different educational backgrounds. They come with 40 different problems. Everyone has a different problem. Every individual is uniquely different. But what we can do about it as a classroom teacher with an academic calendar clearly put out by the university or the college, we will go ahead keeping in mind an average student. Right? We know very well that there are some students who have not been fully benefited. We know. So that high level of individualization we cannot do in a classroom, in a one-to-many situation, in a country, in an educational environment like India, right? But intelligent learning systems will become one-to-one learning environments where the systems will align their classes, right? And they will have a profile of the learner. And according to the learner that he or she is, the system will give the lesson. And if the boy is stuck up somewhere, if it's the 7th standard algebra, it will pull him and put him in another track. Till he masters that, he will be there. And after he masters that, then the system will say, now that you are ready to learn this particular concept, you now click on this, like that. Right? So that is what is going to be there. Right? It's going to be the case. So all these integration of technologies have resulted in what is called the digital age pedagogy. So a pedagogy which was used in the industrial age 1.0 cannot be used in an industrial age 4.0. This is an industry 4.0 we talk about it, right? So what pedagogy was used in the agrarian age, agriculture age, cannot be used in the digital age. Okay? So there is a need for a new pedagogy, a digital age pedagogy. All of us know the meaning of the word pedagogy, the art of teaching and science of learning. Okay? And a digital age pedagogy today, we are having some hybrid expressions like digigaji, D-I-G-I-G-O-G-Y, okay? D-I-G-I-G-O-G-Y, digigaji, a digital age pedagogy. And digital age pedagogy is all about these 4 aspects, right? A digital generation of learners, the digital learning environments, digital edutainment media, and a digital generation of teachers. I have put a small question mark, not in bold, with a different purpose, okay? And you see, I will spend a little more time on the first one, and the other 3, of course, we can quickly run through. For instance, you see the digital learning environments. Right now, I am sitting in Trichy. Okay, I am sitting in Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Professor SSN sir is sitting in Chennai. Okay, and Professor Amadavali madam and her team are sitting in Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, Tirupati. Okay, and there may be a participant from Vellore, there may be a participant from Tirupattur, there may be a participant from Ongole, there may be a participant from any other place in Andhra or any other place. I think in the earlier there was a participant from West Bengal also. So all of us are separated by distances, but all of us are connected on a digital learning environment. The learning environment is digital and the learning environment is virtual because it is not physically seen. It is a virtual learning environment. All of us are connected. Around us, there is an environment that connects us and it is visual. All of us can see each other. If you switch on your camera, turn on your camera, I can see every one of you and all of you are seeing me, right? So digital learning environments, the learning environments are digital. And the next one, the digital edutainment media. Please see, we are making use of all the entertainment media, right, for education. See, television, video, multimedia, graphics, right? All these things are basically entertainment media. And we are using all these entertainment media platforms for education. So and when the education and entertainment media blend, then there is edutainment, right? But please see, it is entertainment at the end and edu at the beginning. So educational features have to be more than entertainment features in such technology mediated learning. And why I have put a small question mark here is, this is a question raised in approach paper to NEP also. Then when we talk about use and technology of integration, right? When we want to implement blended learning in India, okay? When we want to take slowly into total online mode, okay? Providing anytime, anywhere learning to students, right? Then do we have enough teachers who are sufficiently trained to take up this assignment? Right? That is why the NEP suggests that, e-competencies have to be developed on the part of the teachers. Every teacher, irrespective of the subject he or she handles in India, has to essentially be trained to possess certain e-competencies. Right now, I am with a project under IMPRESS, right? Impactful policy research for social sciences on digital literacy and techno-pedagogical practices. Right? And you see the pilot study, the tools that we are subjected to pilot study reveals a very glaring picture. Right? A very sorry state of affairs, right? So which I am not elaborating upon. I'll go to the next point because we're taking into time. So again, it is almost 12:55. I maybe another 10 to 15 minutes I can take. And if you want to understand this digital generation of learners, as I told you, I will be spending a little more time on this. Why I have to spend a little more time on the learners is because NEP envisions the learner-centric environment. NEP 2020 is all about learner-centric environment, learner-centered education. So unless you and I, as teachers, as facilitators of 21st century learning, have some deeper insights about today's learners, right? We may not be making ourselves relevant to them. I'm not going deep into it again for want of time, but I would appeal to you that you can read a very interesting person like Mark Prensky. Mark Prensky is a very celebrated writer, a very thought-provoking writer, a great author, technologist, thought leader, right? He has come out with a lot of articles, interviews. You can visit markprensky.com and see for yourself what he has done. And I would appeal to you to go to these documents, Digital Natives, Digital Immigrants. A very beautiful article. Of course, it's an old article, but every word that has been spoken in that article is today relevant, especially in the pandemic education environment, especially in the COVID-19 lockdown environment, where learners are all sitting at homes and teachers are all sitting at homes, facilitating learning through these online platforms. All the ideas given by him are of great relevance. What he says in this article is that he classifies the entire human population into two broad categories as digital natives and digital immigrants. Okay? And for this classification, he takes one as a very, very important, a reference point. That is the year of birth. Based on which year you were born, you can be classified as a native or an immigrant. So he says that any developing nation will have a period of about 3 to 7 years, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years period, identified as an electronic boom period. And in electronic boom period, what happens is the cost of the electronic gadgets would go down day after day, month after month, week after week. Common men and women would buy a lot of digital gadgets, electronic gadgets for their day-to-day use. Okay? In a country like India, maybe it was 89, 90, 94, 92, 93, 94, 95. And if any boy or a girl born after this 1994, 95, that the electronic boom period in India, he or she is a digital native. And anybody born before this electronic boom period in our country, they are all digital immigrants. And the real problem in the educational systems of our country is that today, go to any university, any college, we'll leave universities. Universities have, of course, aged people, matured people. Right? You go to any school or a college, every boy and a girl you see them as students are all digital natives. And more than 60% of the teachers you see on the campuses, they are all digital immigrants. So only when the digital immigrants get into a class with a chalk and duster, right, these digital natives get a little disturbed. Okay, because they expect something different to happen, because they have taken birth in a digital world, a digitally rich environment, and they have played with the digital toys, and they have grown with the digital devices, so they have become digital natives, and they have become digital kids. So they experience the world through digital platforms, and they expect education, and they expect learning experiences also to be in digital platforms. Pulana, one of the participants starting with the name Pulana has to mute. The participant, thank you. So, thank you. Yeah. So, is my screen again shared? Dr. Anuradha, is my screen shared?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that's fine. Right? Okay. So, this is the important. So, those children digitally rich environments in which they take birth. So, over a period, experiencing things on digital platforms, they become digital kids. That's what is the theory. Another two good articles, backup education, role of technology in teaching in the classroom. Of course, I know you're all getting tired. It's 1 o'clock. You are getting hungry also. I have some funny pictures to show you, right? To make you understand how this digital generation is formed. You know, I hope the picture is seen, Dr. Anuradha. Is the picture shared on the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that's fine. No, the important aspect of the digital generation is that these digital the digital kids get the touch and feel of all these digital devices much earlier. See what digital technologies you and I got in the college days, these children get in the primary school days. Right? Maybe this is just a funny picture to show you. It may even go to that level. And have a look at this picture. You see a young mother using the back of an infant is a mouse pad. Okay? I hope she is putting the boy or a girl on the lap, and the laptop is of course on a table, and she is using the back of the boy or a girl as a mouse pad. I put a red round over it. You see how at a very tender age these children get to know all these technologies, get the touch and feel of a computer mouse. Maybe I will take the liberty, Dr. Amadwali madam is a good friend of mine. Maybe madam, if I just say, at what age Dr. Amadwali madam had the touch and feel of a computer mouse? Maybe in the early 20s or late 20s. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, am I right, sir? Right. Okay. So what experiences, what gadgets we started using at our early 20s, these children make use of at a very tender age. So the digital generation is pulling the education system to make it digital. See, there are two terms like teacher push model of education and learner pull model. Why education has to become digital? Because learners are digital learners. So they pull from the education from that tradition-centric, tech-centric, teacher-centric to learner-centric and technology-mediated. Okay, so that is here again. You're all intelligent teachers. I need not bulldoze my ideas onto you. You can decide whether tools can have an influence on the personality and behavior of individuals or not. Maybe we can say, see, computer mouse is just a tool because a boy gets to know that early. Is it going to influence his personality or behavior? Maybe I would give another side of the story. Marshall McLuhan, a great scientist, great expert in communication, right? He would say, we the human beings shape our tools first, and after a few years of use, the tools will start shaping us. That's what is happening to us now, right? Okay. Now, what happens when you forget your smartphone at home and reach your college? You get really irritated. You get upset. Right? Oh my God, I have missed my phone at home. I don't know how am I going to manage the entire day. That doesn't mean that you are born with smartphone. Right? All of us started with our dial phones, press type, keypad, push type, push button type phones. Then we moved to keypad mobile phones like 1100 Nokia. Then only we went to smartphones. But now 4 or 5 years of continuous use of smartphones have created a lot of dependency on it. Right? That is something that needs to be. So there is no generation gap. You see. It is just for the fun of it. The laughter part I put to be on the lighter side. This is again a famous picture from the social media platform. Of course, all pictures are from social media platforms. You and I, whatever technical vocabulary we learned much later, these children, just like that, pick up at a very, very tender age. See, language teachers may understand better. Picking up a language is different and learning a language is different. And this technical language, the children pick up. Okay? That's how you have a first standard or second standard boy or a girl coming home and saying, Daddy, I want the laptop to download something for my project. Mummy, I want the modem. I want to download something for my project. See, project is a word which we heard only in our final year UG or second year PG sometimes, project work, some group project or individual project. And downloading was something that we started in our MPhil days. Maybe our guide was begging us, bring something for discussion. No, they started downloading. So those technical vocabularies, these children, right, speak at a very tender age. That is why I say that they make the difference. They pull and make the education system a technology oriented. Look at a third standard answer sheet here. Third standard GK test, a guided question paper here. 3 essential elements of human survival are, look at the answers. Look at the way in which a digital native thinks. And also look at the way a digital immigrant marks 0 for this. Okay. Right? Now, you and I, if this question paper was given, we would have got full marks because we would have answered air, water, and food. Okay? But look at the out-of-the-box thinking, the creative thinking. But you see, look at the teacher, he is giving 0 for this. Actually, this child, this girl or a boy should be given some chocolate, right, for doing some out-of-the-box thinking, not simply mugging up and writing something in the answer sheet. Right? Okay. And if this boy or a girl comes to our class at the higher level, this is what will happen. Maybe they will say, Madam, you just write and go, Madam. We will take care of making notes. Sir, don't bother about making notes, sir. You just leave it on the board, sir. We will digitize, right, the storage. So education storage becomes digital. In fact, I was just throwing these pictures open for some laughter, some to be on the lighter side. But beyond the laughter, there is some deeper meaning I would like to communicate to you, that the generation of today's learners are getting more and more digital every day. Right? And you see the digital learning environments are like this. Okay. Today, a borderless global educational scenario is emerging. Right? So, how many kilometers, Dr. Radha, Sirisha, and Madam are here away from Mahila Visvavidyalayam? They may say, sir, we are very much on the campus. So, we are just 0 kilometers away. Then, how many kilometers? I am away from Padmavati Visvavidyalayam. Right? Okay. So, no institution is away from the learner in terms of physical distances. All institutions are just a few clicks away. A few clicks, you can be on the screen of any institution, right? For instance, a small example I'm giving: IIT Bombay. IIT Bombay is one of the top-rated engineering education institutions. Even among IITs, IIT Bombay is a highly rated one. It has a portal like colearn.in. Of course, today no live classes are going on face-to-face mode. Otherwise, on any other normal day, maybe pre-COVID-19 period, what was happening was live classes are streamed. So a camera is put inside the class, inside the lab. As the demonstration is done, as the class is taken, videographing is done, and it is shared with the people across the entire nation on the portal. So any engineering student sitting in any self-financing college in any remote village can have the same quality learning that happens to a student on the campus at IIT Bombay. That is the way, right? Distances are broken, and you see, distances are dead, okay? And time zones are dead with technologies, right? And you see the edutainment media. So today's boys and girls learn with audio, video, multimedia, graphics, animation, right? And plenty other things. That is why NEP insists upon creating e-modules, e-contents. Okay, so this has to be essentially taking up, right? So maybe I'll just close in another 7-8 minutes. So you and I, as digital age teachers, because whether it is new education policy 2020 or new education policy 2050, after 30 years, right? It is not going to matter. The implementing agents are the teachers. Policy makers can do anything sitting at their place, but ultimately, right, it is the teacher who is the key player in the educational environment. He or she is going to make the difference. Please understand, any good plan can be nullified at the implementation stage. It may have very lofty ideals, it may have very high-ranging objectives, but if at the implementation stage, the implementing agents, if they don't understand the philosophy, if they don't understand the motto, right, and align themselves with that, it will fail miserably. That is why what you and I are supposed to be focusing again on this use and integration of technology, right? You and I, as teachers of the 21st century, digital age, what are we supposed to be when we work in an NEP environment, right? Is that we should be orchestrator of learning, not that of dispensing information. Why dispensing information is not required? Because for dispensing information, there are a number of platforms. A plus B whole square, what will happen? This salt and this salt at this temperature, when it is mixed, what will be the color? What will be the smell? First Panipat War, who was the winner? Who was the loser? Which king built which dam? These are all bits and pieces of information. For taking care of these things, Google is there, Bing is there, Yahoo is there, Ask is there. Why is the need for a human teacher with infinite capabilities of our mind and brain? Okay? So you and I, as human teachers, have to be involving ourselves in higher order activities like orchestrating the learning process, designing the learning process. I appeal to you, sometime in the evening, you just give on Google search learning by design, designing learning. That is what you and I, as instructional designing, right? That is an older term, right? Instructional technology is an older term. So we have to create certain learning paths, PATHS, paths for the students, and guide the students into their learning, right? And throw them open. This is a way you have to travel to reach that destination. Orchestrating, like an orchestra. In an orchestra, you will see a person in full suit standing and saying where the music has to go, where the chorus has to end. It is that type of a teacher we have to be doing. We have to tell our students, see, this is the first unit of the paper. You go to these videos on YouTube, go to these videos on CEC portal, go to these videos on EPGP portal, right? Go to Vidyamidra portal and listen to the videos. If you don't understand the concepts, come to me for a discussion, we'll do it. It is that type of an orchestration we have to be doing. And we should help our students to convert information into knowledge, right? You know, Google can throw only information out. You give any keyword, right? Google will throw a lot of information. But converting that information into knowledge requires some processes. And these processes, again, require some higher order thinking skills. Okay? Higher order thinking skills. I know all of you know Benjamin Bloom's taxonomy, right? Lower order skills, higher order skills, lots and hearts, you know, remembering, understanding, applying, evaluating, creating, all these things, you know. I have just put one picture which is throwing open a lot of second generation web technologies. I am not going to talk about any of these things because only in a workshop like thing we can do that. Right? So I'm not talking anything about it. I'm not going to demonstrate, but I would appeal to you to go and see this. Maybe I can share this PPT with Dr. Padmavati and the team. You can get a copy of it if you want. Otherwise, you can just get this picture on the Google search also. But I would appeal to you to go and think of using all these things. At the same time, I can assure you one thing, that any of these technologies that are listed here may not take more than 10 days for you to master. You know, when Google Meet was not a free service earlier, please remember. before the pandemic started, it was a premium service offered by Google only for paid users. But you see, Zoom was a free platform. Because Zoom was attracting a lot of people, immediately Google made it a free one. And when we opened up, we had some difficulties, right? And how long we took to learn this? Okay, and 4 or 5 times we attended webinars on it. We understood what is what. Okay, in fact, you may not believe, I learned the Microsoft Teams, working with Microsoft Teams only from my daughter, because that school where she is studying, that introduced Microsoft Teams even before our university introduced. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to learn these technologies by doing, right? Not that we learn and then do. We learn only by doing. Go there, right? Explore it. Because when you bought your smartphone, you did not go to any training to Samsung. Did you go to Samsung to undergo any training program for learning how to operate your mobile phone? No. When ATMs were installed, right? When ATM card was given to you, did you go to State Bank of India to undergo any training program? No. You went straight to the ATM, you inserted the card, maybe you started reading screen after screen and operating. Now you don't bother to read what is there on the screen. Even if there is no display unit, you know how to withdraw money. No, that is the level of internalization it happens with technology, right? So you can do that by continuous use and explore, right? Try your hand, and better, my suggestion is that you have your son or daughter with you when you learn. They will make you learn faster because all these technologies go to them much earlier. And we should develop the culture of learning from our sons and daughters, students also, right? That is something I want to communicate, right? So you can explore other interesting documents like Understanding Decays by Ian Jukes and Anita Dosage. Very interesting book, free book. Why I am telling you this is, these are all must reads for you. Thank God that you have some free time because of this lockdown. In this time, I think you can utilize these hours to read these things and get ready to go ahead and teach in an altogether different environment when the institution opens. Please understand, pandemic may be over shortly or in the due course of time. That's what is our prayer. And when the institutions reopen, it is going to be an altogether different pattern of education, you remember, because already the government of India has decided that post-pandemic, it is going to be blended mode of education. That is why I appeal to you to develop some deeper insights into our learners. Born digital, understanding the first generation of digital native. On the day one after reopening, you are going to have 40 boys and girls in front of you. And every boy and a girl sitting in front of you, they belong to the first generation of digital natives. Okay. And you look at the third book, it's again a free book available. Why do I need a teacher when I've got Google? Does it mean that Ian Gilbert is trying to say something like Mata Pita Guru Daivam is becoming Mata Pita Google Daivam these days? No. Right? Ian Gilbert is very focused on his arguments in this book, saying that why a teacher is needed in spite of Google. Okay? Why should there be a teacher? In the era of Google, YouTube, MOOCs and other things, what is the thing that the teacher has to do and how he or she has to do? It's a very beautiful document you can explore. And a digital age teacher is not going to be an easy job. It is going to be a networked teacher. That means we have to network, we have to join hands, we have to collaborate with a lot of technologies, no doubt, right? Okay, it is not going to be that. In a way, teaching in a digital age is going to be easier from one point of view because you have ready tools available. For instance, you don't have a PowerPoint presentation, right, to deliver in a class. You go to slideshare.net, log in with your Google and download, right? At least you give any topic, slideshare.net will have at least 4 presentations readily available. You download and present it. But this is the presentation I have made myself. I want to make that clear. Okay. And that way it is going to be helping the teachers. But at the same time, these technologies, unless you and I join hands with them, are going to be real challenges for you and I. So ultimately, the teachers are going to be the central forces. All these technologies are there, no doubt, right? But all these technologies themselves cannot do anything for our students. Please understand. Tools are only tools, right? For instance, we have, Madam knows, in teacher training, we have a proverb, right? A fool with tools is still a fool. You give any number of tools to a fool, he or she cannot make anything good out of it, right? So tools themselves cannot do anything. A mic cannot deliver a lecture, right? So it is the teachers who are the central forces in getting the real benefits of technologies, ICTs to the student communities, right? For which, all of us, every one of us have to master some ICT skills. And with regard to mastery of ICT skills, now there are some 90 plus people in front of me. And I know that all of you have already mastered. Right now you are undergoing an online program. So you have enough ICT skills, more ICT skills, no doubt. But more important thing is using the ICT for creating a new learning culture. That's very important. Right? So it is emerging. Right? In fact, we were not ready to promote that culture. Please understand. Right? If the pandemic has not come, less than 30% of the teachers would have started online teaching. Right? Less than 20%, less than 25% only. Thank God that the pandemic has come and online learning lockdown happened and all teachers have embraced technologies, online teaching platforms. Otherwise, if things have not, it requires, right? Necessity is the mother of invention, you see. Now, it becomes a necessity. We have to reach out to our students, institutions have to be running, right? Classes have to be conducted. So we have started exploring all the possibilities with Google Meet, Zoom, Jitsi, right? Or all other platforms, right? So for creating a new learning culture is important. I know I always bring my sessions to close with this quote of Alvin Toffler, a great person, right? Maybe you might have read him. Otherwise, you please read. I will tell my scholars always one thing in a funny way. Like, if you have money, you buy and read. Or if you have friends, you borrow and read. Or if you have strength in your body, you steal and read. But you should read Alvin Toffler's books, right? A book like The Future Shock, a great book, right? Where he says, you see, the mantras for professional success in 21st century environments, whether it is educational environments or banking environment or agricultural environment or a corporate environment, is learn, unlearn and relearn. And anybody not doing this and anybody incapable of doing this will be an illiterate in the standards of 21st century. That's what I think, right? So that's great saying. So all of us have to learn, all of us to keep on learning. Professor was also making a mention about lifelong learning, right? Learning for life is one and learning for work is one. And learning from life, learning from work, learning throughout life, learning throughout the work, right? These are all the other learnings that should also happen, right? And before I conclude, I just have to speak about 4 important initiatives, right? One already has been inaugurated. These are going to be the 4 important strategies that the government is going to make use of for implementing this section 23, that is integration of technologies. One is Swayam portal, indigenously developed MOOC platform. The second one is UGC CEC, Consortium for Educational Communication, right? UGC CEC, you can go and see cec.nic.in, where the government of India has already created all the UG level content in e-modules. You go, any of you can get in physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, sociology, law, medicine, any course for that matter, right? Excluding engineering. Engineering is taken care by NPTEL, a National Program on Technology Enhanced Learning. UG level contents, all contents, you go to any program, BSc chemistry, analytical chemistry, pharmaceutical chemistry, inorganic chemistry, you go to one course, right? And all 5 units of the contents are available as e-modules. That is multimedia embedded video contents, right? With all graphics, animation and other things, right? And this is NPTEL, I was telling you about National Program on Technology Enhanced Learning, right? Coordinated by IIT Madras for Engineering Basic Sciences. And this is EPGP, that is Electronic Postgraduate Padasala. See, all these are Government of India's initiatives. I am not talking about anything that is happening with American universities. This is all very much a part of the India. This is all from the taxpayers' money, common man's money. These things have been created with the objective that these things will reach out to the student community. Again, as I told you already, the last student in the last village of the country should be benefited with the high quality learning content through technology mediated learning platforms, right? This is all postgraduate Padasala. InflipNet hosts the CPGP. You go to MA, MCom, MSc, anything and see, right? MA means 4 plus 4, 4 into 4 semesters, 16 papers. And 16 papers will be listed there. You click on one paper, one course, and at least 30 to 40 modules will cover all the 5 units of the paper, right? Like that. And this is Swayam Prabha, right? Swayam Prabha is parallelly working with Swayam portal, and it is a platform where you have 32 DTH channels, 24/7 DTH television channels functioning, subject-specific channels. One channel for Hindi and Indian languages, one channel for English and foreign languages, one for mathematics and statistics, one for physics, chemistry, material science, like that, one for botany and zoology, maybe another one for accountancy, commerce, financial studies. Like that, subject-specific channels 24/7 giving, right, the modules, right, video lessons for the students, right? And you see, this is Vidyamitra. Vidyamitra is a latest portal, an integrated e-content portal. All that I have talked to you earlier, all the earlier portals, all the contents developed by NPTEL, CEC, EPGP, all these are available in a single portal here. This is a kind of a single platform where you can get all the multimedia content, video contents created by Government of India, Ministry of Education, earlier MHRD. Right, this is available for you. So all I appeal to you is that go to these platforms. It is no money is involved, right? See what is there, right? And if you are convinced that it can be really beneficial to students, then give it to your students and create a new learning culture of technology mediated learning, technology based, technology integrated, right? And technology enabled, technology enhanced learning environments. That is my appeal to you. And how fast we have to act in this context? NEP is 30 years, another 20 years, NEP has a plan. So how fast we are supposed to work? This is where I have Lang's quote, R.D. Langian philosophy, a great philosopher, great psychologist. He will say, this is what is our condition here. So we live in a moment of history where change is of very high speed, that we begin to see the present only when it is already disappearing. Okay? Only when we realize that the present is gone, right? It's gone. The future is already there. Right? So we all of us have to pull up our socks and get into the act, get into the process at the earliest. Right? Right? And I think this is a very auspicious day, a full moon day. Right? So right day. Right? Of course, Madam is a strong believer in God and all these auspicious days. That's why I think she has put this webinar on this day also, right? So this is the most appropriate day to start doing something with technologies. So I appeal to all of you, my dear friends, right? Explore these platforms and do something with technologies in the next couple of 2 or 3 days. And maybe I can share with the madam another list of websites also, which you cannot afford to miss. She can forward them to you, right? Just to guide you into this technology-enabled learning environments, right? So I thank every one of you for your active listening, and my profound sense of gratitude to Dr. Padmavati Madam and her team, right, for giving me this opportunity, and my sincere thanks to Professor Visvavidyalayam sir also for sitting through my session for some time, and I'm sure he will, when I call him next time, he will give me some feedback also, because we call him as a Vice Chancellor of Vice Chancellors. There are very many Vice Chancellors he has produced. Right? So that way I should thank him also. So thank all the participants also sincerely for your active participation. It is over to Madam and Dr. Anuradha for the closing remarks, please.
So thank you, sir. Thanks for the discussion. I request Andy sir to put the queries from the participants to this was first.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam.
Sir, there is a question from Dwipen Basu.
Yeah.
How can we digitally maintain a child's profile? How can we use machine learning in evaluation and assessment in a classroom?
Right. That's a very fine.
Yes, sir. How can we use machine learning in a board exam?
Okay. See, with regard to the first question, profiling and keeping it, now your e-portfolios will be helpful to you. Right? E-portfolio management will be extremely helpful to you. And that's a good question. Now, I always get very good quality, very high quality questions from West Bengal teachers. In any program, I have seen that. Right? So that's a very good question. And you see, maintaining, of course, when intelligent learning environments will come, a lot of programming and algorithms will go to create that type of profiling. But now there are open source, that means free software, free platforms available for creating portfolios, right, for your students. So giving their marks, CIA marks, model exam marks, assignment marks, you can give all these things. and that too, the platforms will do the analysis. Okay, based on the input we give, they give the analytics and they create a platform, right? And they will give a profile about you. They will easily tell you that this boy or this girl, right, has been doing well in this particular unit, but this unit he has gone down, like that, or she has gone down. Right? So that type of things will happen in e-portfolio things. And there is a question again by somebody like intelligent learning systems. Right? See, intelligent learning systems are now there are a lot of beta testing, prototype models that developed, right? And they are working upon it. As such, open source things have not have come. I should tell you that open source things have not come. There are a lot of management platforms have come, right? And for institutional management, student management, data management, all these things have come. But open source intelligent learning system, because there is a lot of artificial intelligence, virtual reality integrated. There are a little high cost research and high cost practical work is going on. So maybe it will take some time. But one thing I want to tell you, this AI initiatives of Government of India has already got a hashtag, AI for all. And there is already a lot of work that has happened, artificial intelligence integration. Maybe in the due course they may be coming, right? Okay. And there is another question I read in the box. How can we use digital systems for assessment of students other than MK? That's again a good question, Mr. Annex Matthews, right? I have to tell you that there are some software. There is some Uma Priya. Can you mute yourself, madam, please? Yeah. So for the question by Annex Matthews, the assessment of the descriptive part, right? So for MCQ, even with the help of your Google form, you can do that, or other platforms, other online platforms, Socrates, right, and other platforms you can make use of. There are a lot of, for instance, a platform like hot potatoes, right? So this is lunchtime. Now your appetite may go up when you talk about hot potatoes. Hot potatoes is a software bundle available for free download from University of Victoria, right? It's very easy. Hot potatoes you give on Google search. About a software bundle will be there in your system if you download and install. Even short answer, matching type, right? I think the assessment can be done. Okay, and there are some software add-ons like concordancing, which will do the analysis of the descriptive answers also. That is content analysis software. Okay, you can even try in Google search like content analysis software, open source content analysis software. So when you like your plagiarism software, okay, you run that. The student is submitting an assignment, okay, about 10 pages, and you want to do the analysis, right? And the content will be analyzed, and the list of vocabulary that has been used extensively, and it will track and tell you also, right? Okay, so that there also it comes, right? Okay, so that is another thing. So Vipan Basu is asking for my mobile number. It is there on the last slide of the screen, right? You can even get it from madam. It's okay. You can feel free to be in touch, right? You can just Google my name. I'm sure you will get it, right? Or by my university website, you can visit. We can interact, right? My mail ID is there. My WhatsApp number is there. You can feel free to be in touch with me. Others, madam, any other questions?
No, sir.
So it is now the organizers, madam, you can take over for the closing remarks. It's already late 1:30. So thank you very much, every one of you. In fact, I have gone almost 25 minutes, half an hour more than the time allotted to me. But I should like to thank you all for your active participation. Till now, I see 99 people online. Thanks. Okay. So Chitra Ravindran is putting a question like, as a teacher, how to improve learning by design? See, I would appeal to you, Dr. Chitra Ravindran, to read a little about digital humanities and instructional designs. Learning by design, there are documents available on Commonwealth of Learning website. If you go to col.org, Commonwealth of Learning Canada, you have some content, some e-resources, free resources only available with regard to design learning. Okay. Design learning, even I myself have contributed a module where I talked a little about design learning creation and universal design for learning, UDL and other things. You can read a little bit about it, more about it. And there are good videos also available on YouTube about learning design, okay, especially from University of Athabasca and some another university from Stanford, like that. They have done some content, right? Okay, teaching learning centers they have done, right? Okay. So thank you very much for all your positive comments in the chat box. Now it is over to the organizers for the closing remarks. So thank you, every one of you. Right? Yeah. So Dr. Anuradha, you can take over. Yeah.
Anuradha.
Yeah, anyone who wants to.
Yes.
She's coming back. Okay. Madam.
So thank you so much, sir. Dr. Y. Anita, to give a formal note of thanks.
Thank you, madam. On behalf of Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, I am very happy to propose vote of thanks to Professor Senthilnathan sir, Department of Education, Bharathidasan University, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Sir has been already well known to everyone through his in many workshops, seminars, and conferences in many universities and colleges. Today, also, sir has given an ordinary and exhaustive lecture on NEP, pedagogical perspectives and prospects. Thank you, sir. And sir has discussed about the technology inclusion in education according to NEP 2020. Sir explained really very well. We all are very impressed and we got so much of knowledge through sir lecture. Everyone have benefited and enlightened themselves by sir's deliberations. Once again, thank you, sir. And also
Thank you very much.
Padmavati for giving this opportunity. Once again, thank you one and all. A small note for the participants. That we will join tomorrow at 9:30. Session will be started. Will start at 9:45 a.m. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all the participants. Both the resource persons, I was very lucky to have you for this program, and we were enlightened, sir. That is for sure. All participants will agree with me. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. The participants tomorrow at 9:30, please join. By 9:45, the sessions will start. The forms. Feedback forms will be put up in your WhatsApp and mail. Send it back. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.